Greetings, mortals, and welcome to a very early stream start.
So I can't stream late today. I really want to make sure that we get this done today. So we're starting 2 hours early. I'm not going to be able to stream late basically any day this week because it turns out it's June holidays, which means my wife's home. So we are going to be starting this up. We're going to be making an attempt. We're going to make first attempt, no problem. Before 8 o'clock, we'll be out of here and we'll be on to other things. That's what's going to happen. 100%. We were on Extra Caster, I believe. Do I want Extra Caster or do I want the other one? I'm actually not sure which of these is better for my purposes right now. You are leaking immediately. That's very funny. Okay. So, how are we on time? I think that on time we're not in a great position, right? Let's see. Maybe I do want to just go with the other file. So we have the danger file, which is at 63% and already has these pulled. I don't love this file. Okay, I think I know what I want to do. I think I actually want to load the caster save. We're starting early for a reason. We're going to maximize our chances of success here. So, we're going to do a couple of things. We are going to train up to 104. We can't do it right here, but that's fine. We don't need to be standing in Tool area. I think it's more important to get this thing done than to worry about the Tool area section. So we can pop over to get that done. We are going to grab... We can't grab Grand Mastery. There's no way that we have enough skill points for that. We don't have enough skill points to get Grand Mastery. So we're not getting Grand Mastery, but we can pop over to... So where do we need to go then? Oh, do we need to go anywhere? What did we need? We needed something. There was something that I wanted to pick up. I think I just needed to shoot something with a earth spell. Let's go find a tree to shoot with a blades. Ready. So that we can immediately when we get into this place, we'll automatically have what we're looking for. So I think what we're going to look to do is get our first save. After we have already... Okay, we have all the spells now. So I think I want my first save to be... after something. Crit damage reduced by 13%. Players have 23% chance to miss attacks. Recovery speed. Alright, so I believe that we have like the longest time that we're gonna have. We can tag this. It's a level 340. It's not 350. I thought it was 350. We need to cast Invis before we go in. Okay, we should have an easier time here. I should have saved before I used that. Alright, we're going to pop in here. And I think that we need to get multiple pulls done before we make that initial save. So we're going to ignore those enemies for now. We don't want to pull anything other than what's immediately available in that room. Let's keep an eye on them. It looks like they're doing what I need them to do. They're rotating in here, maybe? I think they are rotating in here. So, we're now looking to cluster everybody in the appropriate location. I don't know how effectively this is going to go. That one just rotated over. I'm gonna open this, immediately close it. That one's upstairs, open, immediately close. Open. Why are you not approaching even after? Okay, you're upstairs. We're hitting for 73k apparently. We have a lot of critters over there. 89,000? Jeez. Okay, we need to set that. Yeah, we're very early today. Okay, are you gonna come to me? Nope. I just released a bunch of these. 115,000. You know, I'm just now realizing why that is. It's 115,000 because there's a boss in this pack. It's not that interesting actually. It's not that shocking. Okay, so where the fuck did you come from? I was not paying enough attention, clearly. Holy shit, I should have died. 174 though? Oh, what's this? Ascend spell damage? Attempting to index to nil value? I think somebody might have changed some of the way that the Ascension works, and it's fucking up my dragon, because my dragon doesn't have Ascension. That's my bet. That's my bet. It's looking for a null value in Ascension. Where's what I'm looking for? Here's bug report. Okay. So, hopefully this doesn't crash us. Oop. Oh, it's... Okay, we're fine. Okay, we've... has something changed with this map? I have reopened the map. How are we doing? This is closed. Perfect. Okay, this is rotating in. That's great for us. We're heading for 219,000. It's pretty good. Fireball just hit the Ifrit for... Whoa! Okay, that was spooky. I just saw somebody's arm. Why am I hitting for so much? I don't think I hit an Ifrit by itself for 30k. I think that the text here is incorrect. And yes, this is definitely the dragon, and I think that's self-damage. That's gonna cause problems for us. That one went upstairs, I think. Shit. Please. I do not want to have a toxic cloud sitting in my face when that's going on. Okay, we're hitting for a lot of damage right now. Unfortunately, I don't want to have to do the damage here while I've got that enemy group sitting there. It is interesting that I keep... Oops. Just a little bit of this is really concerning. I'm interested in getting myself Nah, I'm gonna be shooting those now. Why the hell are those not moving now? It's weird. Yeah, Immolation's hitting hard. But I need to find an angle that I can shoot at. Can I shoot? That's not enough. Okay, that fireball hit. Okay, we're golden. If we find a steep enough angle, we can actually shoot the wall where we want to shoot because it's targeting these. And let's not think about what happens if any of them move an inch. Okay. We have a tiny sliver of our screen. Why did it say it hit for 445k? No. It definitely didn't. The damage is getting reported incorrectly. You know, I feel like a red dragon would be probably not that huge of a difference over what's going on. Okay, we've seen this bug before. We've seen this bug before. We know what's happening. It's accumulating the damage between each shot. That's what's happening here. So we're hitting for about 20k. Close to 30. We're doing pretty good so far. We got our first attempt here. We're basically reopening the dungeon with... Oh, you know what I should have done? I don't know if it's a good idea for me to shoot those over there, honestly. Every time my dragon shoots, I have to filter through 5 fingers. So the hope here is that when we trigger those to start moving, I respond quickly enough and close the door. There's no guarantee that that happens. I can't put it on double speed until those move. I don't know why they're stuck there. Fireball's still hitting pretty hard. If we can get this pack cleared... Okay, it's doing the thing again. It's stockpiling the damage again. Which is fine. Okay, we can't just keep spamming because... Yeah, Destroy Undead is very high damage. It's currently my highest damage spell, I think. In the party, not just on the Seraph. I think that's the highest, like, individual damage dealer still. It might not be at this point, but it was very, very strong. The only issue was that my Seraph doesn't have the damage. Doesn't have the mana to cast it. So this has turned out good for us that we have those enemies just sitting there. I say it has turned out good for us, but that's not necessarily an accurate framing. It'll have turned out good for us if we manage to finish this pack off. I'm curious, can I get a little bit more? This is about as good as I'm gonna get. Did one of them move? Yes. One of them moved, I wasn't paying attention. So we got Delightfully Lucky. We just took out our... Okay. That was terrifying. I saw something moving and I tried to click this button and it didn't work. I had moved my cursor slightly. Please? Okay, I can't actually click that from there. Ooh, that's a concern. It's not actually doing that. That's a glitch. So what's happening there is it's stockpiling the damage between attacks until something causes it to get reset. It's probably related to the bug I'm getting where it's throwing up an error. But I can't close this at all from here. Oh, this is bad. Oh, you're back. Interesting. Why are you back? If I turn down a bit, can I still hit you? I can hit somebody, but I don't think I'm hitting as many targets. Okay, I think we've got an angle where we can actually hit it. We do. Yeah, definitely do bear in mind that you should be looking at the increase each hit. So we're doing about 7,000 damage per hit. That jumped down to 6. That was 5, and that was 4. So each hit we're also going to be doing less damage than the previous hit because the absolute vast majority of our damage is coming out of the percent damage that we have off of our legendary. So we're dealing 1% of the max HP of these enemies. with each hit. So we're not doing that with our dragon. The dragon is doing the just raw damage, and the dragon is hitting for about 800-ish probably per target hit. The fireballs are hitting for a base of between 700 and about 300, depending on whether I'm hitting an Ifrit, a fire elemental, or the Djinns and Genies. The Djinns and Genies are the only things in here that are not natively immune to fire in vanilla, which means that they're the only things that don't take massively reduced fire damage compared to everybody else. This was damn near worst case scenario in terms of what kind of setup we have. The dragon just uses its breath weapon. I never get to use dragons because they use ranged attacks. But yeah, they have dragon magic. So we're using Flame Blast, which is their thing. But dragons are intrinsically magical creatures. One could certainly argue that having a dragon in the party in the caster run is like very debatably appropriate. However, I'm never going to be able to do a run that has a dragon in it if I don't do it in the caster run. It's the only run where it's actually appropriate to have the dragon, in my opinion. So, we're throwing the dragon in so that I can actually use a dragon, because I think dragons are cool. When I played Might and Magic 8 as a kid, I would have like a vampire and then a quartet of dragons as my NPCs. I could see it in an archer build, but like, I don't think I'm going to be doing like an archer run. Like, unless I do like a full meme run, like if I do like a Save the Queen style run. But I don't know what I would want to do for a Save the Queen style run, honestly. I just don't know how I would want to organize it. But yeah, I think a dragon would be fairly appropriate in an archer run if I had like a idea of what I wanted to do for that kind of run. I just don't have an idea of what I would want to do with it. Because I think that like a caster run adds a lot of interesting shenanigans that I can do that like gives fundamentally different styles of gameplay compared to the like doing like an archery run is like kind of like an inverse melee run. I mean, every run that I do is unusual, in the sense that I usually disallow any ranged attacks. So they're all weird, right? Ranged attacks are a fairly important component of the game. So taking them out of the party completely is a very unusual thing to do. But like, I think I had 2 archers in my original Might and Magic 6 stuff. But in Maw, I haven't done anything too weird outside of the melee only stuff. I haven't done anything particularly bizarre. In Might and Magic 7, I did a Save the Queen run at one point that was very fun, where I had, I think, everyone was an archer except my cleric, and I had an elf cleric that I basically I re-rolled the dragon in the first dragon cave until it gave me the scholar's cap. So I had negative 45 endurance. And the entire goal of the run was figuring out how to keep a character who dies when their current hit points drop below 45, not negative 45, when they drop below 45, alive. And I'd say that run was the most, like, in terms of, like bizarre, like, meme run type stuff, that was my most meme run that I've done, I think. I would feel fairly justified in that thinking. I think close your ears. Just gotta make sure. Yeah, I don't usually do anything that unusual. I mean, outside of how unusual my whole deal is, I'm not like, I don't usually do runs where every class is the same class. I really like the coming up with like class synergies. So I'm more interested in stuff like I'm more interested in creating a subset of like restrictions on my behavior, and then building a party that can deal with that more so than. Oh, we are very close to finish here, I think. We might be only hitting a couple enemies here, but we're not hitting very hard now. We're gonna need to figure out a way to pull that group over there. I'm concerned about those. However, with that being said, this has been a very large pack so far. We're going to get over 20% in this initial pull, which is pretty good for us. That's a pretty good initial pull to have, I think. And I can't hit you with this. Okay. I need to figure out what I'm doing here. Let's see. Combat log overlay. Okay. Let's close this. Readjust these. If we can. If I stand all the way back here, we are hitting someone new. It's probably someone outside, though, honestly. I don't know what we're going to do about the ones in that corner. They seem to be stuck in that corner. And them being stuck in that corner is a pretty major issue for me. Ooh. Okay, I think there's just the one. So if there's just the one, I think we can just kill it like this. There might be more than one. I think there might be just the one. I'm only seeing Ifrit show up. The ones on the floor above me are scaring the crap out of me. So what's the combat log overlay specifically? What's the deets on that? Scary? Rude? Rude behavior. Yeah, immolation kills that. We are still in the red. I'm not seeing... I think, yeah, that's just enemies above me. It's not enemies that are actually next to me. Which makes me concerned about how I'm going to pull you. Am I just going to have to turn this off and do exclusively Inferno? I think this is what we have to do. Actually, do I? I might be able to hit you with a Rock Blast, which we now have.
Ready to use.
I sure can. Okay, this is going to save this run. Or kill us. One of the two. When the first one dies, we have Rock Blast now. I basically reloaded to being outside and shot a tree with a blade spell. So...
I've never seen one before.
Unfortunately, we can't pick up the... So it's not. I don't know that it's the main difference. The main difference is going to be the save strategy, I think. So I think I'm going to not save when I first clear these. I probably should, though. I probably should save the clear. I don't need 2 saves midway through here, necessarily. It just takes such a long time to clear the later stuff that it makes a degree of sense to do it. Though with that being said, yeah, Rock Blast is very cool. The fact that I'm having to do this pack as 2 packs instead of 1 pack is meaningfully slower than in terms of like time spent. So I'm wondering if maybe it makes more sense to I should probably just sit around and wait for a while. The Jinn is getting fairly injured. I'm going to wait it out. I think I'm probably going to push my luck. I don't know that this opening has been a good enough opening to justify... Though, maybe it will have been. Do we know what my percentage was on the previous one? Because I think it was like 16%. It was pretty low. So if I've got higher than that, and I've been doing a bunch of immolation damage to the things behind me, like I'm doing 40k damage to the pack behind me right now. That's a pretty good amount of damage. We're like actually going to be doing meaningful damage here. Rude. It's going to be really funny when I kill a single one of these and then instantly die. It's going to be real sad, too, but it's going to be more funny than it is sad, I think. But yeah, unfortunately, Rock Blast is slower and more mana-intensive than Fireball. It's going to be better for finishing the enemies off, though, which is nice. Because it's going to continue doing... Like, Rock Blast is going to hit a lot harder because none of these are particularly resistant to earth damage. Earth damage isn't one of their immunities for any of the enemies here, not just a given enemy type. Oh, what am I doing? I'm Toxic Clouding without swapping this on. Not that it makes as huge a difference as I would like it to. Yeah, I've been puttering around shooting these things for way lower damage than I should be. It's fine. It doesn't make a huge difference, I don't think. Hitting we're hitting for some amount of damage. I think we have like 4 more left, so I think we're gonna hit like around 19% when we clear this. We'll also have the pack behind us fairly injured. I think the second that I hear the sound effect indicating that somebody died, I need to just close the window immediately. We're still dealing fairly solid damage to the enemies behind us, so that's going to speed up the run a decent bit. This pack is down in this corner. We have one that risks like flying through the wall at us, which is suboptimal.
I don't know.
I'm not that close to killing him. We're getting there, but it's very slow going. Once the enemy gets low, we're no longer dealing like a huge amount of percent damage. Alright, so nobody over there moved as a result of what just happened.
Haven't seen one before.
We just finished tossing out the rock blasts. The rock blasts are still hitting for like 7,000 damage, which is pretty dang good. We're still hitting for a good amount of damage with these. My hope is that we haven't wasted an enormous amount of time, but
I've never seen one before.
the fireballs are definitely higher DPS. Whoa. For the early part, but not for the late part. Excuse me. Once the enemies get low, I definitely need to be swapping to Rock Blast. And doing that. The issue is that Rock Blast is not going to have an easy time hitting the enemies in the corridor in front of us. Like, if we're over here, I don't know how quickly we can clear through enemies with Rock Blast. We would need to track down an angle on them.
One before.
Yeah, I'm hopeful that we'll be able to get a decent save here. We're 42 minutes in. Jesus Christ. You know what? I'm double speeding. I should have done this earlier. I can't double speed. We're now at the point where
Seen one before.
somebody could leak at any
Haven't seen
second.
one before.
We can double speed while we wait on mana, though. I don't think these are going to leak right now.
I don't know.
The Jin is getting pretty low. The Jin should
I don't know.
probably not be the target getting hit by this, right? I am hitting that with Okay, I don't think I need my cursor here, actually. Maybe I do. Roll for flute. In this economy? Give me a second. That's fine. I can tab out. We'll fix before stream. Okay, so hey, the stream hasn't started yet. It's not 9 o'clock, so okay. Makes a 5. It is a 4. So now we get to dig around in our inventory for our flute. And there we go.
Beats me.
Or alternative, now we've played the flute 4 times. Depending on how we want to interpret roll for flute. Okay.
Never seen one before.
Okay, I did not hear a sound effect, but they are doing the thing. Rock Blast is worse than Fireball for the earlier parts. It's probably better than Fireball against the Ifrits, which we're not currently fighting. It's a substantial DPS loss to be using Rock Blast, but I can't unlock these for some reason. Every other time that I've done this map, the enemies over here in this corner have been able to be moved into the corner over here. I've never had this happen before, where they're just like sitting there and not able to be moved, but they can't be moved for some reason this time. So we have to deal with the fact that they're in a dangerous spot where they could at any moment leak and kill me. And we have to deal with the fact that we're doing less DPS, so we're getting closer to exhaustion than we normally would be. Unfortunately for us, this thing's just got worse for us. Because we just released a bunch of things, which is probably suboptimal for us. These enemies over here are still locked in. And can I... Yes. The Rock Blasts can hit from here. Are you close to dead? I sure hope you are, because if you're not... Okay. Please? Okay. There we fucking go. This also gives us some idea, potentially, of what the fuck happened there. So, if you look at this pack, this is a much bigger pack than we usually have here. So, it's possible that the reason that they were all locked in there so strongly is because there were just so many of them. We just killed somebody with immolation, which is pretty funny. I guess it makes sense because we've been pounding into that corner for a while. Okay, we're opening this. Oop. Closing this. Rotating you. Okay. So we're gonna stand in this corner. I'm a little concerned about this one here, but I think it's fine. And that's the kind of certainty that definitely is indicative of a safe and appropriate behavior. This is a concern. Oh, these are going to explode in my face. That's very funny. Did I hit anybody? I don't even know. Swap to Fireball. Okay, I need to move you all a bit. And I feel like that's a reasonable thing to do. Okay. Okay, yeah, unfortunately these are too far forward. Do I have to actually release you completely? I think I might have to release these completely. Let's see if we can move them a bit. Nope. Okay, we got one of them in a place we don't want it. Making a beeline for us. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. And we're not hitting for very much damage with that, so let's swap to Rock Blast.
Ready.
And so Rock Blast, you can see, does a lot more damage per hit. When we've got them really low like this, because... Ooh! Okay, that's bad. Okay. Okay. Can I just... No. Damn it. This is real rough. I can't even see whether new shots are going out correctly or not. Oh, whoops. Okay. I think we need to stick to Fireball. Because we just can't see what's happening. Actually, we can tell when shots are going out because we would get... Yeah, let's just do this. I think this is the way to do this. We should be able to clear through this whole pack. I think with this pack cleared, we'll have enough completion that it makes sense to immediately save. I think that's a reasonable thing to do. We managed to pull a much larger pack here than we have in the past. It's just luck, right? RNG favored us this time. And
Ready.
I'm now realizing that I'm not quite as deep in the corner as I'd like to be. Whoops. Because I want to be this deep in the corner, if possible, because it gives me access to hitting the ones outside as well, which is very good for me. Unfortunately, I don't know that I can hit them with anything super useful from here. That Fireball hit for 16k, so it does look like we've got one enemy over there that's basically at full HP, which is a concern. We're up to 22%. Oops. I can't... I think, given that there's only like 2 targets left, I think we make the swap here to do single target damage. Our goal is to track down an angle that will launch this out the door like oh my god. Okay, it's not working consistently, but it's working pretty well. Okay, the Ifrit's down. That means I think that we only have 1 target here now. My immolation is not hitting that hard right now, so I don't think that we need to prioritize the immolation over having a cleaner shot here. If we can get a cleaner shot here. Ooh. How to get a clean shot? Is this the cleanest shot I'm gonna get? Can I find the shot again? Oh no. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find the shot again. Okay, I think we're gonna reset this thing's position. Let's move it around a bit. Try to get it. Protection from magic gives you immunity to eradicate if you're a Grandmaster in body magic. So at Grandmaster level, yes. Below Grandmaster, no. I actually don't think I don't know what Ifrit I was shooting. I was shooting an Ifrit with my Toxic Clouds. Was I shooting it through the wall or something? Where the hell was it? I'm gonna stand at the bottom here. Yeah, there's nobody else in here, I don't think. Okay, so we are going to save the game. We're gonna save the game under dungeon because we've cleared 22%. And do we want to save under... Yeah, we took so long to clear it, though, is the thing. Oh, but you know what? We do have a... We have a really interesting situation here where we've actually done a shit ton of pre-damage to all of these. So let's just save under dungeon. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, so protection from magic will definitely be very important for fighting blaster guys and Terminator droids and things like that until you get immunity to death and eradicate from items. Assuming that you're not playing vanilla. If you're playing Maw, because Maw has that and vanilla does not. But yes, I believe in every version that has protection from magic, it always gives you immunity at Grand Mastery to death and eradication. Okay. So, we have a nice pack pulled. We hit for a decent bit of damage there. I'm now realizing that once again I have set myself up for failure here by... Ooh. Am I... You don't have the thing on. Okay, that explains a lot.
No room. No room.
Okay.
Now.
Hey, Tozer Cat. How's it going? 20k, 28k. I'm actually wondering if maybe we can get a really good rock blast off.
Ready.
If we angle this right... Look at that! Okay, that missed. I am the die. What boosts the chance to actually resist Eradicate, as opposed to just being outright immune to it, is different in each game, I think. I think instant death resistance is magic resistance in Might Magic 6. In Might Magic 7, I do not actually know. I think Mace is Paladins. Staff would be Monk. Hey, Malekith. Look at us using Rock Blast and shit. Yeah, the Breath Bug it's only happening with Dragon Breath specifically. The bug where the damage values keep adding up in the thing is happening again as well, though. The incrementing instead of resetting the damage. It isn't happening like throughout the entire dungeon, but it's like accumulating over time, and then eventually something is resetting it. So you can see that we're adding 50k each time we Rock Blast to the value there. Yes, something. I think it's basically, for the most part, as long as it remains on camera, it's having some issues. I don't know that I guess no. I have seen it reset without it disappearing like it just did there. So yeah, I'm not sure what's causing it. But hey, we've been able to accumulate some really big damage numbers and, convince chat that I have a much better build than I actually do. Rock Blast is going to help a lot for this section because fireballs can't get a good angle. And it's going to be very good for finishing off the enemies when they're low. It does less DPS throughout most of the time, though, because it has a much longer cooldown and much higher mana cost than Fireball. And I'm just doing the 1% damage for, the bulk of the time. The 1% is the bulk of the damage that I'm doing. But it should be substantially faster overall, especially just because I'm hitting most of this pack right now, I think. Now, with that being said, I am really going to start releasing a bunch of enemies in a fairly short time frame from each other. We are potentially going to have some trouble here. I guess I can just double speed. I should also probably just hold S. I could... Like, is there a reason to try to kill this genie a tiny bit faster? Nice. I think this is the attempt. We're gonna get it this attempt. Yes, there's one that's above me, high enough that it's not getting locked in. Those are usually not a huge issue, but you can tell that it's like really far above me, because even when it rotates directly over me, it doesn't stop moving. Like, it's not delayed at all. Those are usually not a leaking issue. They're more of an issue of, like, needing to figure out how to get them in play. Like, getting them pulled at all is a huge issue. I can probably... I can pull that one. Like, maybe I just go back. I just can just backtrack to here and try to get it that way. I'm curious to see what percentage we have once we clear this. I would say probably a decent amount. And Rock Blast is going to make a huge difference in clearing the enemies to the point where they are dead. The fundamental, like, kill range... Oh! There's a reflector in this pack. Okay, there's a reflector in this pack.
Ready to...
So we have to add... we need to add heal to our... I was wondering about that. I guess we don't need to add heal, because we're basically... You know, that's convenient, because if the legendary effect was reflected, I would die instantly. That would add another type of... Like, another affix that's just, like, automatic death. Okay, we had some moving around there.
Ready to use.
I think I will just have this on autocast. I'm not going to worry about it. So yeah, we should be able to clear through this. I'm hoping that we'll have a bunch of time on our hands to pull. Being able to hit for more than 70 points of damage in an AoE with consistency is a big deal. Being able to hit more of the pack at once is a big deal. We're potentially standing in safer places too. I don't really know about that one. I don't know if I buy that. Why did I just turn? Because I'm a god and I can just immediately turn back at will. That's why. That's why. Look at me fucking go. Look at that. Beautiful plays from Arctole. Well, to be fair, you know, let's keep the whatchamacallit, appropriate degree of enthusiasm. The highest we've gotten a save at is 63%. We have a save at 63%. And that file is not the one that I'm using because I just don't know how I'm going to get a victory out of that with the setup that we have. You know what? That seems reasonable. I'll always give 110% enthusiasm. Okay, we just hit a reflecting enemy with no secondary target. Alright, we're hitting for about 6k now. We are hitting with the toxic clouds as well. Not necessarily consistently, but we are doing it. Okay, we're going to wait on it. We're hitting for 56 on the Freet there, so we are hitting that target as well. Very funny. Okay. So, the goal right now, I think, is going to be getting ourselves to the cubby hole again, and then from the cubby hole... Am I still... No. I keep adjusting my view for no reason. Play a gong? We're just like maximizing the odds that I have a crash by just digging around in our inventory. Let's see. You want me to open up my inventory? What madness is this? So it's 4 p.m. on Friday. We have until Sunday 3 p.m. I think. No. We have 2 days of weakness that we have to get through, so if it's whatever time it is, if it's 4:39 on Friday, then Saturday we're gonna get weakness, and Sunday we're gonna get weakness again. So it's not until Monday that we run into a problem. Okay, I think we only have like 3 enemies left in the pack. Man, I wish these numbers were real. Can you imagine if we were still hitting for 28k? Yeah, timing-wise, we should be in much better shape now. This is a pretty good angle of attack. We're able to get a good amount of damage going. We're able to continue dealing decent DPS even after they get low. Admittedly, I don't know how low these two are. We're still hitting them for like a couple grand. There we go. Oh man. I wish sometime last week I had actually decided to pull the trigger on just learning Rock Blast before I come in, or just like making it a priority to have it, because this is a much better angle for this area. Like we're able to hit way more of these way more consistently. Yeah, the Rock Blast is still hitting that Greater Fire Elemental for 3k. No, it isn't. Maybe it is. It's probably not. That was probably spillover damage. Fortunately, we're not really hitting with the Toxic Blast. We're hitting a couple times, like it's occasionally hitting, but for the most part not. Yeah, we're hitting for about 2k. If we hit both of them. So my guess would be that the the Greater Fire Elemental is probably really low, and the boss is getting there. Did I call it or did I call it? Fucking nailed that prediction. Was such a hard prediction too. So hard. Okay. So we're almost to Saturday, 3 a.m. We'll have our first weakness proc. And then from there, we have 48 hours until we start dying. Okay. I think we'll be done with this enemy soon. It is unfortunate to have to like beat down an individual enemy here, but you know, you got to do what you got to do. And I'm wondering how I want to approach dealing with that and the one that's flying really high above me is high enough that I can't even manipulate it by jumping. Maybe I can with a jump spell. I don't think so. Oh. Gotta be so low, buddy. I'm curious. I haven't checked what like the low point is, where like they start actually dying. Any day now. Any day now. Okay, yeah, we got a couple more hits there. I don't know how much my rock blasts are hitting for by default. So once this reflector's down, we will have taken down the bulk of the enemies on this side. Okay. We'll get there. We'll get there. Oh! Did another one just leak in? That's really funny. To get one leaking in this late. Luckily it didn't load up. It's just like dicking around over there, because I don't really want to load this right now. Yeah, the last bit of this is really taking forever. Are you just gonna rotate to me? What's happening? Okay. So... we are going to move to here. We're then going to move down here. Okay. There's no one on our level. And now, I think we move from here. I think I'm going to go to this side rather than the other side. I need more enemies to get in here. Okay. That hit. And that hit. Let me jump around a bit. Ooh, we are missing with some of these rock blasts. We hit the ceiling there, question mark? Concerning. No, not that kind of a miss. You can see the projectile still continuing to move around. Anytime we've got the projectile bouncing around somewhere else, it means that it didn't get the miss of that type. See, like that just missed. We didn't hit the target. How fucking high up are y'all? Is this gonna be... I'm not sure how I feel about this setup. That was a 21k hit, but again, we're missing a lot of these shots. Ooh, that's interesting. Did you just leak in here? You weren't... Did you just...
Ready to use.
Okay... Okay, we have a really bad angle for fireballs. I need to make a fire blast. Or no, fire blast. I need to make a rock blast.
Ready.
Think will work. So that hit. That hit. That hit. That hit. Okay, I think we're golden. We just hit like 5 times in a row. I don't. Nope. Okay, those are toxic clouds. Don't need to worry about those. It's not great to be missing the toxic clouds, but the important thing is hitting the other ones. Okay. Okay, unfortunately this is not gonna be a huge pull. It doesn't look like. We've only got the 4. Not a great setup. We want to be pulling way more than this. I'm actually wondering, do I want to... And I think the answer is yes, I do. I'm gonna pop back here. It's time to start streaming. Please? Looks like it's time to start stream. In 30 minutes. So you are in this corner, I believe, in front of me, right? You sure are. And you are behaving because we don't have just an enormous pack of them now. Okay. Okay. So we rotate you over. It's not excellent. Also not excellent. Okay. Let's...
Ready.
It's not hitting enough targets. We're looking to hit maybe like 4 of them. Oh shit.
Jump.
Nope, that's upstairs. Okay.
Now.
You're being very rude right now. Okay. So, we're going to keep hitting with both of these until the fireballs start hitting for... Actually, you know what? I'm going to check how much more damage I do with a rock blast, because it's possible that I'm missing at least one target. We're adding about 4k per rock blast. We can try just working with the rock blast for now. I don't need to be continuing to spam that. Hey! Did we just fully miss? Is that what happened there? Probably. We probably missed the wall. Okay. No, we're just not taking damage. We're like shooting on the other side of this door, I think. And so we're not hitting ourselves because we're not in line of sight because the door is blocking the little at the bottom. So, we should be able to make this work. I believe. But I do think that... I think that for the earlier stages, Fireball is probably superior.
Ready to
Because of the fact that... I actually don't know how... Yeah, we're definitely better off with Fireball if we don't have any Ifrits in this pack. I don't think we have any Ifrits. This is all stuff that is susceptible to Fireball. So the Rock Blast was not actually optimal for DPS right here. The Jin should be going down any second. Let's actually take a look at how much Rock Blast does here.
ready to use.
I mean, it does hit for a lot more. It's probably, even though I run out of mana, it's probably better just because it's doing like 10 times as much damage. I don't think it's better for the early stages, but it's probably better for this stage, even with enemies that are not resistant to fire. We do have a greater fire elemental in this pack. Interesting. I did not know you were here. Okay, we'll see what kind of progress we've made. Fortunately, it's a bit slow going. Yeah, we're up to 8 a.m. and we've barely progressed in quite a while. Yeah, unfortunately, those enemies on right here, I think, are just fully locked in for right now. And these probably are as well. We might actually struggle with getting the enemies... getting the clearance we need because of the sheer number of enemies that are locked in packs that are fairly immovable. They should be getting pretty low now. Have a lot of HP. It's a lot of HP. Our crit damage is reduced. That's fine. At least we don't have a 100% crit rate. It's funny because I'm like, oh no, crit damage reduced. That's going to be crippling for me. And then I'm like, wait a minute, this is not Expedition 33. In Expedition 33, I have a 100% crit rate. Okay, so how can we accomplish our core objectives if our enemies are being little asshats? I think that's the core question at play right now. You gonna leak? I need somebody to start leaking. We're not seeing any leaks from the front room there, and it's causing problems for us. I don't really want to fight a bunch of enemies solo. You know? Come on, buddy. So I could shoot myself like that. I'm gonna try to activate implosion. There we go. I'm gonna turn off Fire Blast for right now, because it's just gonna cause me to have more problems that I don't need. So if we can get the Spell Leech thing, it's gonna be so crazy. Oh, we don't need you on this anymore. We can... Well, yeah, but we're fighting it's fighting a single enemy. It doesn't really matter that much which type it is. Because we're basically just doing percentage damage for the first, 2/3 of the fight. I don't think I should need Stone Skin because nothing's doing thinger. It occurs to me that that's why this question was asked. I do have Stone Skin active. Wow. That's very smart. Okay. Yeah, Stone Skin and Shield, which we definitely need right now. Those are definitely very important buffs to have active when enemies hit us for 600,000 damage. Whew, boy, that's been true for this entire time. That's been true for a week. I left those buffs active for a week. I'm very cool. Oh, did you die? Oh, it died. Cool. I've just been standing here for no reason. Okay. We're going to rotate back to here. Nothing's going to just leave. So, my goal right now is to clear this enemy out. Okay. That's promising. It's not a great position for it to be in, though. I don't love this position. We're going to play things super dangerous. Boo. Oh? Okay, we've got 2. We're going to have more leaking through. Yes, we are going to have more leaking through. Perfect. So we can set up over here.
Ready to use.
Oh. And one of them hit. 2 of them hit. 3 of them hit. 4 hit. 5th missed. 6th missed. I think this is probably sufficient to justify doing this. Let's just... Rather than trying to set... We're losing about 1/3 of our DPS to this, maybe. Yeah, we still haven't seen the lightning bolt. We need to be able to shoot something. We need to have something in line of sight at some point. You can have 41%, so we can actually stockpile for a little bit here. Oh, I didn't turn off light bolt on this save. You're so right. You're so right. You're so right. Not that it matters, because we're not going to take a single hit. We're going to go straight up to 65%. We're going to save the game, and then we're going to get out of here on the first attempt. One attempt. No reloads. It's going to go great. It's going to go perfectly. These are completely true facts about our work. These two are even running out of mana at a fairly similar time now. That's useful. Okay. But yeah, we're losing some DPS to misses, unfortunately. It's very nice not having to, like, expose myself to any vulnerability. But yeah, we don't have a ton of time left. We're running kind of low. Unfortunately, this setup, the fact that these got trapped here and these got trapped here means that we are way behind in terms of kills. And we honestly haven't killed as many as we'd like out here either. This is a fairly weak setup. We started out very strong and have continued very weakly. We had a very strong opening, and things have been going to shit since then. Oh god. I was hitting that fire elemental, I think, so now we need to adjust to try and find an angle on a different enemy. Ooh. Okay. That's not great. Oh, that's really not great. We're in trouble. We're rotating. Fuck me. Okay, they are upstairs. So we don't need to worry about their current location. We're going to stand right here. I don't know where you are exactly. Okay, we were able to hit you here. Can I hit you? And then get you to move? Probably not. You're going to be dicks about it. That one's also being a dick about it. Okay. Oh, we didn't even clear those. Oh, life is so sad. I need to figure out. Whoa! Hey, buddy. Oh, actually, should I? I'm gonna try coming to the bow. I'd love to shoot into that room. I don't think I can. Is it going through this? There we go. That's... Oh! Are both of you moving? No, you're not both rotating. It's just the one. Okay. We have to take... Hello. How's it going? Hey, buddy.
Ready to use.
Can I hit you with it? I sure can. You know what that means.
Okay.
Probably hit you with this, too.
Ready to use.
There we go. So this one we should be able to burn down fairly quickly. Yeah, you want me to stun this and bring it to me? That's okay. Bring it into a position where I can't hit it as easily. I can hit it with ranged projectiles from here. I don't even need to just use implosion. This is a beautiful setup for me. Malkuth's trying to get me killed again.
Never seen one before.
It'll be really funny if this blinks down and kills me. We haven't seen any evidence that they're going to do something like that, but... Ooh. I think we'll be okay here. Once we clear out this one. Okay, that one's toast. And are you both rotating around still? Oh, there's 3 of you right now. Interesting. Okay, so we've got somebody right here.
Yes, it's ready.
No.
Okay, we hit an Ifrit. So that indicates that we have an Ifrit in play. I'm going to move back a step. And we should try to set up a Rock Blast setup here.
Ready to use.
Fairly close. Okay, that's concerning. We're pretty close there. Don't love that. And we're not on a side where we can easily pull them safely. So we're going to pull them unsafely. Or we're not going to pull them at all. We're just going to have them rotate. Oh, we will pull them! We pulled them both! Whoa! Whoa! Are you behind me? You're not behind me yet. You're gonna be. Okay, this is a problem.
Ow.
Oh boy. The problems that I create for... Whoa. We're unpausing before we click on anything. Don't worry about it. Okay. And I even waited a second after the pause was done, because obviously that was unacceptable. I was moving my hand quickly to try to hit numlock. Or not numlock. Delete. Where the fuck did that thing go? Huh? Did they rotate out of the building? What just happened? Where the fuck did they all go? Okay. Oh! No, they're not here. They ain't here. They presumably got stuck and teleported back to their start position. We now have a lot of things leaking, which is good for us. This is the 4th enemy here. Unfortunately, they're all like up top, and that's not a great position for me to hit them. Okay, that one has rotated to a good spot. I like it. I like it a lot. Not a huge fan of how much these are moving around. They're like jiggling like crazy. But hey, you know, I'll take it. We got a pretty decent hit there. We're now just taking direct pot shots onto a target that I think is fairly centralized. Maybe not, though. Are we only hitting like 2 targets or something? We're not hitting very hard. Nah, we're hitting a decent number of targets. I'm overestimating how much damage I should be doing with a rock blast. Okay. Okay. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see the enemies finally start leaking in earnest. Okay, there we go. Now we're cooking. This pull is going to save the run. I think that this pull will get us to probably about 50 to 55%, depends on how many extras leak through. We've got, I think we need to kill about 2 enemies per percent. So we have a bunch sitting in that corner in the bottom over there, which is interesting and not like amazing for us, but it's mostly fine. Are you still moving? You are. Can I get you to leak? Because it would be super cool if you would leak. Like if you could just like float up a little bit and go over that there thing next to you, we could be in for a real good time, you and I. What do you say? You wanna take the leap? Go a little crazy with that Z-axis of yours. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay, well, I don't think that one's going to leak here, unfortunately. We could probably get it to leak by moving to the other side, but we're not moving to the other side, because we will most likely die if we do. So, our goal here is to get to... a decent amount of clearance, and then save. Our goal is probably... I don't even know. We might need to hit 65% on a file like this. We don't have like a great clear record right now. Like, we're not set up great. The previous file, we had a fairly low clearance, but the clearance that we did have was really good. We had really good coverage of the exterior area, which is really clutch. On this file, we just don't have that. So we're going to need to get more total clearance to feel justified in making a save. My real concern is that it took so long. We had so many tiny pulls that we're going to run low on time. Yeah, what did you find? I assume we're going to start having deaths happen fairly soon now. Given the setup we have here. Are you getting? You are. Let's turn this off. Turn this off. Okay. We're about to hit 3 a.m. again, so we're about to get to the 24 hours mark, which is not really optimal. I'd like to have more clearance than this before we are stuck with only 24 hours left, but... Okay, let's cure that weakness. We're up to 47%, and we still have several... Actually, we still have a lot of enemies left. So, we might be getting closer to that 55% mark. Here, and we'll see if we can get... When we're jumping around, this thing is like wiggling. It is wiggling. You gonna wiggle your way into my good graces? Is that what's gonna happen? Probably not. Probably not. Whoa, okay. So we know that some of these... Oh, did something leak into this pack just now? No. It was just that. It was... It's fake news, don't worry about it. It was fully fake. Okay, I think we just have the one... Nope, we have at least 2 left. And I think we've been hitting them both this whole time. There's another one dead, and we still have 2 targets on our list, so that's good. That's very good. Love to see that. Okay, we've already burned through a couple of hours of Sunday. I don't know that we're going to be able to clear out enough. We need one really big pull here. And we're not, like, consistently hitting right now. Oh god, now I've completely misaligned myself. We're missing too many shots right now. I think I need to move. That one is above us. Why are you doing that? It's very strange behavior. Okay, this one is right on me. Okay, we can't see it yet. I'm gonna try to get line of sight on it. We have line of sight. We're killing it here.
Ready.
We're going to turn this off. I don't even know where did the other one jump over here? Where the fuck? It's probably in this pile of corpses, I guess. Okay, that one's toast. Yes, it's still in this pile of corpses. You're periodically seeing the red here. We're still hitting for 200 with that, which is kind of suboptimal. I don't think we're going to hit with Rock Blast from here.
Ready.
Oh, we did. Nope. Start to miss it again. We're not... Ooh, you're moving around. You're wiggling. Why are you wiggling? Oh, there's more than one, aren't there? We got 2 friends here. Move. Okay, we got another one to leak from the bottom. Okay. Okay, we got them both locked in here. we maybe added a third. Okay, that's a concern. So you're pretty deep there. So we have one that's really deep. What's this hitting? Oh! It's one of those. Okay, so we can hit you with lightning bolt.
Ready.
No, we can't. Okay.
Ready.
Can we hit you with light bolt? No. This is too deep in the ceiling to actually hit with projectiles. Toxic Cloud's working for some reason, but the other projectiles are not. Alright, so we can burn through this Ifrit. We then have one on our left to clear, but yeah, unfortunately, after this... Yeah, the Toxic Cloud is also not going like in a direct straight shot. It's going to just rotate along the ceiling after it hits the ceiling. So until it's reasonable to expect Toxic Cloud to be able to hit a target that has an angle availability. But if it isn't exactly direct, you'd think that this would be a direct angle of availability, but clearly that's not the case. Okay. Unfortunately, I do think that this is probably not going to work. I think that we're going to have to reload, because I don't think that we're killing quickly enough. I don't know if it's just the fact that there are too many enemies that are locked away in packs that aren't available to us. I don't know if it's like more deep than that. I don't really know. You don't, that's my cursor. My actual arrow is just barely visible right here. Oh, wait, you're leaking. Okay. Okay, this is actually excellent for us. Can I actually shoot you with a rock blast and hit everybody? It hit several.
Ready.
Didn't hit anybody that time. I think it's maybe only...
Beats me.
Okay.
Go.
Yeah, we're not hitting multiple... We're not hitting like a bunch of targets with that. Okay. So... we do have a good angle here to shoot at, in theory. We should... Ooh, we got another leak. We got another leak here. It's fairly early in the day. Okay. We're hitting for about 12k per rock blast. Which is good, but if we're being honest with ourselves, fireballs were doing about that much damage when I set them up properly as well. And they didn't require nearly as much wait time between shots.
Ready.
It's harder to set up here, though. We're hitting for about 7k with that. But admittedly, there's a big difference between hitting the entire pack and not hitting the entire pack. Like, not having to do it in stages.
Ready.
Though, with that being the case, we kind of have to do it in stages anyway. Because of the... Oh no. But I think that this is going to hit everybody. We'll stick to the toxic cloud for now. We should be able to get ourselves to about 60% without too much difficulty, and we don't have a ton of enemies that are. I shouldn't have started to make this So if we can clear this pack, we have a mad dash to make. I think, unfortunately, because of how long it's taken, we do have to wait until we hit 65% fully. We have 15 hours to get up to 65%. We will also... Actually, wait. We don't have 15 hours to get to 65%. We have 15 hours before we have to make a death save. So, if this is extremely safe, we can just wait until 2 o'clock. And once we get to 2:55, we save the game. That's an option. That's not an unreasonable option. It also gives us the ability to test the hypothesis that we have another day before we get a death save, which I don't think is the case. I'm pretty sure that we're doing death saves immediately. But we don't have that bad a situation here. If we can get ourselves to 65%, we should have a very massive amount of clearance here compared to what we have on the other file where we've cleared a bunch more enemies from in here. So we're currently sitting at around the same clearance as we have on the file that is our previous save. We're nowhere near as early in the time. We're much later. It's taking way longer to clear on this file. Missing again. One issue with any of these kinds of setups, any Rock Blast setup, is that the Rock Blast setups are intrinsically going to be a bit less consistent than a Fireball setup. Because a Fireball doesn't have very much space for variance. It's gonna hit where it's gonna hit, because I'm hitting 3 inches away from my face. Whereas them launching these on a trajectory where a slight angle difference makes a big difference. There's like Z-axis shit that we have to worry about. Like, that hit for a decent amount. Let's see if we can Fireball from here.
Ready to
Did it hit for a decent amount, or is it just giving me? Okay.
go. Go.
We're hitting for a few hundred damage with Fireball. We're gonna do this for right now. We're still hitting for about 600 per Fireball, which is not amazing. But it is also giving us access to the shots from the Dragon. Cassor is able to get them from here as well. I think this is a good switch just because we were missing a lot. Alright, we're at 57%. What time is it? It's 4:37. We can get to 65% at probably around the same time that we need to save anyway. To get the death save going.
Go.
So, as long as I don't fuck this up... Is there just the Freet left? Okay, there is a... No. Okay, we are hitting this Freet for 300, so it's still...
Go.
It's still got a decent bit of HP left. We just had another leak. That's excellent for us, because we're no longer trying to beat the timer, we're trying to work with the timer. Can I now set you up to take a pot shot? Be exactly one above. We need to be swapping you to... Blossom.
Ready to use.
Northwest Blossom. To Rock Blast.
Ready to use.
Because when this Ifrit gets low, we need to be hitting it. Okay, that's a miss. That's a miss. .50-50 shot of hitting is not sufficient for our needs.
Ready.
We're gonna turn you off for now. Throw it back to double speed. We're gonna get up to 60% here. I think there's only the 2 targets here. But we might get some more ads over time.
Go.
I really hope that we can get higher than 60% before we have this death save.
Go. Go.
It's 9:30.
Go.
I was hoping to be able to finish getting out of here by 9 o'clock when the stream's supposed to start, but no such luck, unfortunately. How are we doing on time? 7 p.m. on Sunday already. Jeez. Yeah, this has been such a slow run. A lot of solo pulls, a lot of like fighting a couple of enemies and stuff like that.
Go.
Okay. So
Go.
the genie is the one that's got the highest HP still. I think the Ifrit is going to just die to incidental damage before we have to worry about what we're going to do about the genie. The genie is now alone. I wonder if we want to try to switch over to single target. Maybe not. It doesn't have that much HP left. And we'd be doing Implosion, which I think it's strong against. Unless it's ice. Genie might be ice, not air. It doesn't matter from a thing. I'm not going to worry about it. We're just going to... We're going to burn you down. We're doing a similar amount to what we do with Toxic Cloud. Okay, it should be fairly low now. And I guess we can swap you to Toxic Cloud
Okay.
and see if we can get an angle on this thing. The answer is yes immediately? That's incredibly rude. Okay. Seeing the shots just go, like, right through the center of the icon there is real rough. Okay. So our goal is to finish off this genie who should die around now. It should be about dead. We're doing the correct amount of damage for it to be near death. There it goes. Okay, so now we have to figure out how we're going to pull the next pack, and preferably pull a really nice chunky one. Let's see. Adventurers. I feel like there are, but I don't remember. I think someone mentioned that they had that like it had been added in Merge Mod, but I don't remember where they are. Okay, unfortunately for us, we're in a position where we are at 60%, and we're going to have to like rotate everything away and then rotate it back into position, with the hope being that if I stand right here, the enemies will approach me from some angle. There's only one in that building? Is that true? Why is there only one in that building? Okay, we have one that leaked over here. Okay, this one's in play. We have two in play right now. One of them is doing the rotating thing that I do so love. You just love to see the enemies doing the rotating around, making my life miserable play. That's an Ifrit, so we're going to want to try to get line of sight on this thing, but this is a terrible place to try to get line of sight. So, I think I'm just going to rotate to here. You're going to kill me. Oh, shit, you are definitely going to kill me. I fell in the hole and aggroed 1,000 enemies. Oh, man, that's rough. Okay. Oh, that's real rough. Okay. So we've cleared all of you. What we're going to do is we're going to go up here, and we're going to jump. And there's an enemy right there, which is unfortunate. My hope is that by doing that, I'm wiggling more of these out than I otherwise would. We need to get some nice big chunks of enemies coming in order to make this work. Okay, we got a few there. The rest of them stopped moving, but that's fine. We've got some of them coming. We need nice big chunks. We got a pretty decent sized pack here. It looks like there's only 5 enemies left over there, which is pretty good. Okay, let's set this up. And I'm not honestly too miffed about the fact that I lost that attempt. I wasn't really very far in terms of any victory conditions, considering how deep we were into it. 5K. We're not hitting that hard, considering how many enemies are here. Ready to shoot higher. Shooting higher does not help. I might actually get better results out of a fireball here.
Ready.
Oh, no. That's me doing that without my legendary.
No, I have too much.
That's the problem. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, and this is before we killed the boss.
Ready to use.
Okay. That seems much more like what I'm looking for. Okay, you're gonna turn off. You're going to turn to healing.
Ready.
Toxic Cloud is hitting. We're gonna turn your spell off. Alright. And then we can double speed. And I think that on this attempt, we're gonna use Rock Blasts for this pull. Other thing that we need to do, we need to turn off Stone Skin. We need to turn off Shield. What other buffs do we have? Do we have anything else that's just pure? We don't need Earth Resistance, probably. Because that just gives us Endurance, which doesn't help us. Let's see, anything else? Fire is int. Air is speed. I probably want the speed. Do I want the speed more than I want the mono regen? Probably not. Mono regen is actually the thing that is my limiting factor right now. And since mono regen is my limiting factor, I should actually take off haste as well. Now that I think about it. Well, actually no, because haste reduces the amount of time that it takes to actually cycle through my mana as well, which means that I'll spend more time. I'll spend more time regenning than I will if I turn that off. So we'll leave that one on. I could update, but now I've pulled already, so See, the issue is, the problem is that I pulled because I'm a dope. But yes, I should have updated. If I die again, I'll update. Oh, there's a surprise for me? Uh-oh. Will not influence the run anyway. Okay. This ship is just called Arcsbane. The only change. Not the whole zone, just the ship. In on the comments for like the object in the code. Okay. Yeah. Indeed. Instead of like Ark was here, it's Ark never left. I've been here the whole time. It just break like there's like destruction, so you can just like get the Ark's Ark. You can poke like holes in the ship and then shoot out of them. That would help a lot, actually. That would if I could poke a hole in this, so I could shoot a shot through the hole to an angle that I want. Oh man. That would go hard. Okay, we're hitting for about 12k still. Making decent progress. I don't know what percentage of the enemies here we're hitting. I really doubt we're hitting the one that's flying above us. But you never know, it's possible. Stranger things have happened. Yeah, I do feel like I should have gotten this by now. I should have figured out an angle that would work, and I just haven't. I have not succeeded in my task. I need to get these unlocked. I think these are the enemies on this side of the boat. So I'm going to make a priority of moving those around to try to get them to get released. We're going to be streaming until normal end time. I started early because I knew that there was the possibility that I needed to go late, and I can't go late. I have an appointment. They have AC people coming in at 3 o'clock, and I need to get the house prepared for them to be here by then. Because one of the ACs who got stuff blocking access to it because we haven't been using that room for a while. So the hope is that we clear through this and then can start working on do we have any dungeons left in Freehaven? Did we finish them all? No, we definitely didn't finish them all because we should at least have the Druid place. I think we've done the Dragoon Stronghold and the Tomb of Ethric the Mad. But I don't... We definitely haven't done the Druid Stronghold. Let's see. Well, hopefully you don't miss the end of the dungeon. Hopefully this is the last attempt that we need to finish the dungeon. So at least you'll have that. You'll have that going for you, where you're like, oh, good. Tomorrow it won't be staring at the same walls again. It'll be staring at different walls. We'll have fresh and new walls to be staring into. Yes, we'll be clearing this. We'll be clearing this last, first, and only attempt. Okay, unfortunately, I think we're shooting a bunch of rock blasts that aren't hitting now. Maybe not. Okay, we are shooting some rock blasts that are not hitting. Not a huge fan of that. Not sure what I can do about it. Okay, do we need to move? Okay, we got another leak. I like that. We got another leak. I love that. Anybody else? It just occurred to me that I'm not facing... I keep turning. Am I shooting the wrong? Oh, I was up +2 and stuff. That's concerning. Okay. Don't let it fool you. It was just 12k, but 12k is pretty good still. Okay, hopefully we can get this done soon. We're at 33%. Poor Malekith fixed all of this before stream time, and now I've been streaming for 3 hours and still haven't updated. By the end of stream, we'll have something happening. I'll need to remember when I save next to make sure that I do that. We did lose out on a lot of time because of bad luck here. I do have to remember that we got bad luck at the very start here, because we got really bad luck on the initial pack where we weren't able to pull both sides of it. So I do think that as long as we don't aggro the enemies in here, we should be in for an okay time. I think it'll be reasonable as long as we don't, fall into the pit. Like, I probably would have been fine there if I hadn't fallen into the pit like a dope. The Ifrit that was out here was the thing that killed me, but the reason that it killed me was because I had to immediately run away from all the things hitting me before. There's not really a good way to mass pull all the enemies in here. This area is too big and this is like a fully open entrance. So the enemies tend to get stuck here, but they also will periodically, if you're dicking around in here, they'll periodically leak at inconvenient times. So once they're aggroed, there's always the risk that one just walks up behind you and starts killing you, right? It's a thing that you have to deal with from then on. And, okay, how often am I actually hitting you, by the way? Miss. Miss. Okay.
It's set.
That hit somebody. I can't see how much it's hitting for, unfortunately. I can't believe that hit. Turn you off again. So yeah, and then in addition to the fact that they get stuck here, like, it's tempting to just try to deal with all of these enemies. The enemies in the back can't be pulled comfortably. They're too far away. They don't aggro when you're outside of this tunnel, and this tunnel is pretty much just death, right? You can't be standing in the tunnel. So the way that I'm probably going to want to pull these is I'm going to clear everything else out first, and then aggro them, get in range, run the fuck away immediately, and pull them by standing down here outside the ship. Because then I can pull them out of that tunnel to a better location. Because in that tunnel, they are... like, that cave network is way worse than you'd think it is. Because it's just very long and straight with a big open mouth, and then it's really deep, so you can't get into range of the ones in the back without exposing yourself to the attacks from both those and all the ones in the front, which do not want to leave that room comfortably. I'll figure out a strategy for it, but it's gonna take a little bit. Most likely, what we're gonna be able to do, if I had to guess, is I think that if we have access to the deck of the ship as an option, it probably won't be too big of a deal. We'll basically just pull here, like we'll aggro these, and then go on the deck of the ship and dick around to get them released. Okay, how many am I missing? Am I missing a shit ton of my shots? I don't think I am. I think we're hitting most of our shots still. So, how much time do we have? It's 9:39 on Friday. We're at 36%. So, we've made about 14% since whenever we started this save. Which is not terrible, but we're going to get another probably 4 or 5% off of this pack. That'll get us about halfway to where we need to be in one pull. And that's great, but it's not as crazy as it sounds, because obviously the the more enemies that I kill, the fewer enemies are going to leak on subsequent pulls. So each pull is smaller than the last on average, even if some pulls are bigger than others. There's a lot of variation from pull to pull beyond that fact, right? Like, our last pull was our largest pull on the other file for a very long time. And I believe that was because something happened where all of the enemies that were stuck everywhere on the map got unstuck at the same time and teleported back to their starting locations. I wish I knew how I triggered that to happen. If I knew how I triggered that to happen, we could actually make very good use of that for our purposes. I imagine that the boss is already dead. I'm going to turn this off. It doesn't really make a difference, but we're just going to do it anyway. Are you able to hit? Not with any consistency. Are you still able to hit from here? We're not going to do the shot. We're gonna wait on it. We're not going to waste the mana regen. Okay. We're looking to get to about 2K. It's close enough for government work. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to hit anybody from here now. It's
Ready.
It is a pretty nice group. Okay, so from here... Did we just add another? I think we just added another. I think another just popped in the back there. So we're hitting for 3,600 here. Do we feel like we're hitting all three of those? If we're hitting all three of those, I think we just stay here for now.
Go. Go.
And then once we've cleared these, I think I'm going to try to run into the... I think I'm probably going to run into this corner once I've cleared out the one that's low. Because I do think that Fireball, when they're high, is the better strategy. It just is so much faster to cast, and it costs no mana. So, like, Fireball is solid for finishing off. Or not finishing, for starting up the fights. Okay, how many are we hitting? We're hitting one for 1,400. Is it just the one each time? If it's just the one each time, we should probably try to swap to single target. That'll kill it much faster. So, we're going to rotate to here. And that's not where I want you to be standing, friend. I don't know why you decided to stand there, but it makes me unhappy. Okay. Okay, so we can turn this off. Okay. So, from here, we clear this enemy out. And we'll have 40% clearance. We still have this asshole rotating around above us. And we can deal with that one by just rotating back over to here. And that will also allow us to hopefully set these up to start moving. Maybe set these up to start moving. Just get things going the direction that we want them going. And we'll see how it goes. But yeah, the hope is that we can, instead of getting this big pack followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, like, I don't want to have these little tiny packs. I'm looking to actually reset things so that all of these are ready to move into a position that I want them to move into. I wish I was doing a better job at information gathering. I feel like if I was a speedrunner, I would have much better information gathering skills than I do for stuff like this. For this kind of like long form information gathering, I'm not super great at it. But yeah, because of the fact that we haven't aggroed anything back here yet, we have the ability to stand where we are fairly safely. There's the possibility that a bunch of enemies leak. Like, just leak, and then leak, and then leak, and then leak, and then we end up with too many enemies here, and they leak and kill me. This is not a safe and stable position to hold enemies in. It's just not. It's a safe position, I think, for one enemy. I think it's probably a safe position for 2 enemies. But it's not a safe position for, say, 6 enemies. With 6 enemies, they seem to fairly consistently start moving again once I've killed a couple. They're not locked in very nice and tight. So... Oh, that was on normal speed that whole time. Okay. We're going to close the door behind us while we figure out what's happening. So, I'm going to jump up on top of the treasure chest. Those have moved over there. What the hell are you? What is this pack? Okay, we don't have anybody hovering up above us right now. We have a couple over there. And I'm going to rotate to the front of the ship with the hope that I can actually start taking... Ooh! Okay. Okay. We're hitting a gen. Okay, we got another leak. We have at least 2. My hope is that we at least get this pack to approach us. We have 2 right now. We gotta do better than just 2. Are you gonna leak? You did leak! That room is clear. Come on, leak, leak, leak. Yes. Yes. Okay, that's solid. That's a solid setup here. And we've got a couple more leaking. Yes. Excellent. Excellent. Just what I like to see. Now, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of this cleared, and we do have this gigantic ball of bullshit down here. So, hopefully that doesn't come back to bite me in the ass, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay, so we're going to swap to... I'm going to check Fireball.
To use.
How many can I hit with this? Nowhere near enough. Alright, so we're going to do one of these.
Ready to use.
Concerning. Okay. might actually be consistent. Alright, we might be able to get consistent hits into these. I will say, though, that this is not a super high amount of damage to be doing. This is about what we would expect with a good, well-set-up fireball. And it's going to consume a lot more mana, and it has a much slower attack speed. Oh! I think it's much more likely to hit the leaks, though. As new things leak in, I think they're much more likely to get hit by this. Okay. This is actually excellent. So, the concern we had last time, which gave us legitimate problems, was that we just weren't able to get really good, nice packs. This being our next pack means that we should be able to clear this well before Sunday starts. So by the time we're in Sunday, we'll already have probably over 50% clear. Now, I do hope that this doesn't leak. If this leaks, I'm going to be very sad. There is every possibility that it does. That's entirely possible. Okay. But if it bounces through the wall, that'll be sad. But if it bounces above the wall, now there, that's right. So we'll see how this goes. These have definitely like repositioned themselves into positions that are not super optimal for me. The existence of this one enemy here is a problem for me. But yeah, I do think that if we just lock ourselves in that room for a little bit to reset everything that we can reset anyway, then I think we'll be able to I think we'll be able to get more from the entryway, which will be a really big deal. If we can actually clear the deck, I might save with the deck cleared and just see if I can find an angle where I can blast the shit out of these with rock blasts from around a corner. Because if I can blast those from around a corner with rock blasts, then I might be able to clear out a good portion of these packs. I don't know that I want to do that, but I mean, it'll depend on how much clearance we have. Because if I could just clear this pack, that makes a big difference on its own. So we'll see. We'll see. At least for now, we're consistently hitting the enemies. We're not guaranteed to maintain that. But yeah, we're going to blow through all of our mana. And then we're going to go back to jumping. It's not necessarily optimal to get any more leaks, though, if I'm being honest. It is kind of superior for me to just clear this entire room, like every enemy in this one pack, and then go back into the hole to pull another group. It would be nice to have this single enemy kit cleared, but it doesn't really matter that much because when I go back over here and then come back out, there's a decent chance that there's going to be at least one stray either here or from this pack or from there's going to be someone leaking from somewhere, and so it's not going to make as huge a difference as you'd think, most likely. But yeah, I'm hopeful that we're hitting most of these right now. That's the hope. Did we just clear out the target that we were hitting? We sure as heck did, I think. That's not good enough. We're gonna probably have to move you. Okay, we've rotated them around a bit. Do we have a better angle now? We hit for 4,000. That hit for 7. That's missed. That hit. That missed. I think we're gonna try a fire blast.
Yes, it's ready.
Around here. That hit for 8,000, so that's hitting a decent number of targets.
Ready.
No, we're not. It's lying to us about how much damage we're doing here.
Go.
Okay. So, unfortunately, I now need to figure out...
Now.
Okay, we're hitting for about 500 when we do that.
Ready.
I don't like having such a steep angle into them. Yeah, I think we're going to need to move around a bit. Which sucks, because anytime we move, we are running the risk. Okay, that actually worked. I wasn't expecting it to. That looked like it was going to be off by a mile. So that one hit. And that was about, what, 7K? The issue at its core is the sheer volume of time that we are wasting not hitting anything at all. Can I... Okay. Can I get a better shot out of a fireball right now?
Ready to use.
Okay, that hit one target. We're just hitting one Jin for basically nothing right now. Not a huge fan of that.
Go.
Bow.
Go.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do this for right now. We're basically looking to clear out at least one target here to bait them to move a bit. And then the hope is that once they move around a bit, some of them stand on that thing where they're standing now. And that allows me to transition back into Rock Blasts. There we go. Like so. It's preferable to have at least like a few on the staircase so that if it rotates a little left or right, it's still hitting somebody. What time is it, by the way? I feel like this is taking an eternity. It's 1 p.m. on Saturday. Okay, 45%. So, it is now 2:43. We need to get a little bit more here. The other thing that would probably help that I should have done, I should have probably gone someplace that I could get some food and get 30. Getting 30 food would make a big difference here. I think in Freehaven I can get 30 food instead of 20. And having access to that much food, it was somewhere. I think somewhere I had 30 food. I'm actually not sure it was there. But somewhere I had access to 30 food. And picking up that much food, we'd have... Oh, right, I have 30 food. It's 20 food is the limit. Yeah. I would basically need to get access to some an orchard from Might and Magic 7, because the Might and Magic 6 orchards don't give you apples, they just give you food. But if I had some more apples, I could get an additional save before everything goes to shit. That is alarming as fuck. Oh my god. Okay. I'm not sure if we... I don't know how much of the stuff that's on the ground there that we actually left behind. I don't know that there's that much left, honestly. There might be quite a bit, and there might not be. I just don't know. Okay, we're at 47%. We have... Is this just one enemy left? I think there's one enemy left. I don't think that I'm going to try to make a run for it. It's tempting to, because I'd like to just be standing in this place for a little bit. Like, it would be nice to be able to just chill here for a while. But on the plus side, we do have a good angle where we're hitting with both our toxic blasts and our rock blasts at the same time on a fire elemental, so we know that like fireball's a complete non-starter to finish the fight off. So 47% at 519, which is okay. I think we're on track in terms of time. Like, I think we are. I'm not positive, but I think that we're on track in terms of time. Okay, that one's toast. That's the last one in this pack. So, we're going to rotate into here. We're going to close the door. And we're just going to dick around over here for a while, just maneuvering around inside this room, seeing if we can get anybody to jiggle a little bit. We need them to jiggle into a different position than they're currently in. And it doesn't look like anybody wants to go jiggling right now. Everybody's very content. These ones we might be able to get to leak. Can we get you to leak over to somewhere nice for us? If I'm standing here, does this help me at all? The other thing that's interesting of note is that we don't have any enemies in this room right now. So we could hypothetically get something done with that room that we've never been able to really explore as an option before. And given the situation that we're in, I'm actually tempted to save and check. Because if I can get a pull. You're moving now. Are you gonna leak toward me? I'm gonna just rotate back down here. And you know what? I think I'm gonna do it. We've got both of these packs seem fully locked in here. I'm going to see if I can get an angle that gets me I'm gonna basically just this is very early to be doing this, but if I can get an angle here that gets me what I need, at the very least we're gonna get a lot of information out of this. So, and I say at the very least, there's a possibility there's somebody in this room in a place that I don't want them. Doesn't look like it. There's probably enemies over here. Let's stand in this corner. If we stand in this corner, what happens? Those all start moving. The enemies below us also start moving. Those all rotated out of that corner. So, with that being the case, could I move you in such a way? No. I cannot. Legendary power saves us. We get into this position. How many leaks do we get off of that? We get a pretty good... This is a pretty decent pull, I think. As long as they all go where I want them to, this is a really good pull. If those stay in that room, it's a very bad pull. If they get out of that room, it's a very good pull. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see how it goes. I think they'll all leak. I don't think anybody's gonna get stuck in that room off of the back of this. Just based off of prior experience with.
Ready.
That's the wrong spell.
Ready to use.
That's funny that we hit somebody with that. This is a big pack. This is a big pack. And we've got an angle that I think works fairly well. Once we run out of mana, we're going to start jumping to try to get this thing to come down. It might actually do it. It's low enough to the ground. I guess we don't need to worry about it. It's low enough to the ground that once things start dying, it should come into range. It might even be getting hit right now. It's pretty low. So... we don't have any enemies above us now. And these enemies down here are not going to approach. So where the hell are all of you? Where the hell did they get stuck? Did they get stuck on the staircase? No, right? Are they below the staircase? It might be below the staircase. I think that might be what's going on. Yeah, we're 48%. Yeah, as long as that doesn't go any higher, I think we're golden. It'll eventually move down to replace one of the enemies below. And we're in a fairly good position here. As long as we can figure out a way to get these to leak toward us, we've got the vast majority of the entryway cleared out now. It's not Sunday yet, or at least it's not 3 o'clock on Sunday yet. So we'll be able to clear this pack. And unfortunately, we won't be able to clear this pack and then... oh, wait! Oh, ho, ho, ho. Basically, this whole thing just leaked. There's not very many enemies left in between me and the exit. A couple of single pulls will get the job done. So, I don't think we'll need a couple single pulls. I think that we can probably pull... we might need some single pulls. So, hopefully we end up being okay on time. It's not even Sunday yet. It's not even... I was thinking it's probably like 1 o'clock or something. It's not. It's like 11:50. So, we are in fairly good shape here. The only issue that we have, which is a major issue, is that I do not have enough food to save. However, maybe I do? This is a very long range. If none of these are willing to move, and I can kill this enemy here, if I can kill just this enemy, I might be able to get in the green. Because everybody else is locked in, and they're locked in really far away. I might have to jump off the bow to make it happen. But I might not even need to. Jumping off the bow would be my last resort. That would be a thing that we would definitely want to avoid having to do. I think this pull is going to take us to about 60%. Okay, once we get a Rock Blast Monogon, that's the last one, we start jumping again. Goal is to get this to come to me. If this one comes to me, then I'm almost positive I can just save at the bow, and we could just invis and leave. We probably won't be able to do it immediately because we do need to get more enemies cleared. We're not going to have full enemy clearance with just this, but we should be getting close, I think. Oh, I'm being given a delicious drink. Thank you very much. Vacation's great. Let's see. So, are we at 201? We're 208, which is pretty close. I think this might be the attempt. I was expecting this to be an information gathering session. We got extremely lucky with that elemental not killing us. Or not the elemental, the Ifrit not killing us. It hit one of the characters that can't get killed in a single hit. It takes 2 hits to kill them. And didn't use its fireball. So that saved our entire... we could have maybe done things more safely, but I didn't want to because I wanted to get more like of an exploring the space thing done. And I think that was the correct decision. I do think that saving and then playing a little bit more aggressively allows us to see, like, oh, okay, we can pull 1 billion enemies. If we play our cards right over there. If I play my cards right, I might be able to align every enemy in that entryway in such a way that they will all come and I can safely pull them to here and then kill everything that's in the entrance. That gets me to 65% and I just leave the dungeon. That's entirely possible. Even if it doesn't get me to 65%, it should get me into the green to be down here. If I can get down to this location when no enemies are in this room, that's in the green. I believe almost 100%. I certainly, if I clear enough, yeah, I don't think there's any chance that that's not in the green. So that is going to make a huge difference. This is an attempt where we have a win condition that's in sight. Maybe not once we reload, though. The issue with the reload is that when I reload, we don't know how the one that's on the bow is going to behave. The one on the bow might get itself unstuck faster, and if the one on the bow gets itself unstuck faster, then, like, that changes everything. So we're still hitting for several thousand per hit. I think we're still consistently hitting with the Rock Blast, at least. So, that was a 7k Rock Blast. 6k, 26k. Okay, so we just wait. How many more do we have here? This is great. I'm usually drinking Pepsi Zero. Now I'm drinking chai. It's nice and warm. It's tasty. This is great. The only unfortunate thing is that I should be picking up a mug like this in 2 hands, which... Oh, shit! Where are you leaking from? Where the fuck did all of you come from? Oh, did this... The pack over there leaked. Interesting. So we're gonna get to 65% here. That much is clear. Are we hitting for 30,000 damage? We are. We're hitting for tens of thousands of damage on each hit now. So, as long as the enemies that we're hitting remain in range, we should be able to get a huge amount of clearance done here. It's a little unfortunate that this pack aggroed. It complicates my life slightly. It's going to take a lot longer to clear this with this other pack added onto the list, because we're now like basically resetting the timer. And what is the... It's 7:30. We don't have another save, right? So we don't have the ability to save before 3 a.m. So the fact that these aggroed is going to slow me down. However, it's entirely... I think that if we clear both of these enemies that are here, these are not moving. So as long as these retain their non-moving status, if I can kill this one critter here, I think we're golden. We can save. We'll see. I think this pack gets us 65%, no problem, because we just aggroed so many. When it rains, it pours. Okay. Alright, that's the last one we're going to take for now. Okay, we're at 57%. I don't know how many corpses are still, or how many like alive things are still here. It is very funny that this one's just bouncing off of the other one. We have an Ifrit that's in range that's almost dead. Unfortunately, we are probably going to have to reposition these. Would be my guess. Because we're probably going to stop hitting as soon as we kill the next target. Unless I'm a dope and I've actually already got... we are still hitting. We just killed something and we're still hitting. Okay, the toxic clouds are missing. The rock shots are hitting. Okay, now we're out of targets now. Okay, so we have, it's at 10:29 a.m. of Sunday. It is important that we get somebody to move into position for us to hit. I need somebody to... You're not going to rotate from me, are you? I don't know that I have anybody in a position that I can hit them right now. We're gonna find out. That doesn't look promising. That was a damn near perfectly aligned shot. I think I'm gonna make a run for it. And they're not moving. That's incredibly concerning. Okay, some of them are moving. Oh, there are so many in this pack. Oh, this pack is chunky. Some of them have leaked elsewhere. Unfortunately, these are now over here, which I do not like. That makes me unhappy. Are you downstairs? No, I believe you are upstairs. I could be wrong, though. We're going to get in this corner. And we're going to wait a little bit. There are so many enemies here. Holy shit. Okay. So. Rock Blast is for only 2,600. How did that happen? Okay. I don't know how many are high in HP. It doesn't seem like a lot. We're gonna switch to Fireball.
Ready to go.
Why am I not hitting anybody? Okay, can I hit everybody consistently with Rock Blast from here?
Ready.
I believe I can, yes. Nope. Why are you being a dick? It's not quite consistent, but it's close enough for government work. We should be fine here. We're putting it on double speed. I'm a little concerned about the movement of that enemy, but we're fine. It looks like it locked in finally. We do seem to have new ones leaking in, which is surprising. I don't usually see this many enemies leaking while we're actually already down here. So, unfortunately, these are no longer locked in. These are a threat to me. I don't think I'm going to get in the green from this, but we are going to get...
Yes, it's ready.
I don't think that hit, so we're going to turn it off. So... we need... It's hard to say because I'm bad at remembering what parts in the game exist. The caster party is probably never going to reach the point that the melees reach in terms of ability to handle things. Not because of the fact that they're casters, but because of the specific way that I'm building them. I haven't put any points into Mana Shield. I have not picked up the Mana Shield skill at all. This is a full glass cannon build, so they don't really compare directly. That is a swapper. That's pretty interesting. I didn't realize we had a swap play. That's going to be interesting. That has an impact on some stuff.
It's set.
So the door strategies have actually been nerfed. Since the last time I played a melee party, the pathfinding around corners is a lot stronger now. It's harder to get them locked in corners. You can still do it. It's just harder. I should specify. You can still do it in some corners. You can't do it in all of the corners you used to be able to do it in. Some types of corners work very well. Other types of corners don't work at all, right? So this was very noticeable in the Dragoon Stronghold, where there were some corners that would normally be difficult to set up in, but once you got them set up, you're golden. Just fully non-viable corners. So I think that probably if I'm doing like a melee run, the key consideration is going to be the point in the game, which I think was about Avli. I think around Avli the last time was when I sort of like readjusted a bunch of stuff to make myself more durable. One of the issues is I don't know how far I've gotten since the preservation change. I feel like I just barely got to the point where my monk came online defensively in the most recent playthrough, and didn't get that much further than that because I left to go to Canada for a while, right? So because of that, I don't really know what point in the game things are going to start to turn around for me again. But I do know in that other playthrough, I think I'm currently somewhere around like Kriegspire. I think that the melees take longer to come online. The casters have a lot of tools at their disposal very early. Right, I've had Toxic Cloud since the beginning of the game. I've had Fireball since fairly early in the game. Like, there's a lot of cool tools that I've had for a very long time, and that helps me out a lot. Whereas for the melees, what you're looking for is you're looking to get very specific combinations of factors in order to be able to survive a hit. And then once you can survive a hit, like a single hit, it becomes a matter of like, okay, how do I get enough healing throughput? How do I get enough lifesteal to accomplish my objectives? This, that, or the other thing, right? But for the spellcasters, the ability to like hit outside your weight class is way stronger. This is obviously a level 350 dungeon. I don't think the melee party did anything comparable to trying to clear a level 350 dungeon when I was level 100. I know I did some of the maps pretty early. Like, I was definitely under-leveled for some of those maps. I don't think I was under-leveled by 250 levels. I don't think that I ever did something like that. Like, at level 100, I don't think I was clearing... I mean, I wouldn't have been because I wouldn't have had access to the maps anyway. Right, so I definitely wasn't. Because they've changed it so that on... Well, not changed it, I think this is just a fundamental mechanic of Insanity. On Insanity, the maps drop at a minimum level of like 300 or something instead of 100, so that they're not as, so that mechanic doesn't come into play as early for giving you access to like unlimited loot drops and unlimited EXP gains and things like that. Let's see here. So, what time is it? It's pretty late. we do not have a ton of time left. We are going to run out of time before we run out of enemies. That much is clear. We're not going to be able to clear every enemy in this dungeon. We are going to be able to get to 65% fairly easily before time hits. And part of the question is going to be, if I think these are still locked in. If I run straight to the bow of this ship, can I save? That's gonna be the big question for whether this ends up being a successful attempt. Like that's gonna be a big thing. But yeah, the next melee party, I'm gonna have to figure out how to deal with the early game when I'm fundamentally in a much weaker position. With there's gonna be so much less ability to work with corners to accomplish my objectives. So I'm not really sure how it's gonna go. Like, I just don't know. It might go fine. It might be catastrophic. I might have to fundamentally change the rules of the run to tackle the current insanity on the melee party, right? Like, I might need to basically allow myself to travel around the world map to get access to things like master bodybuilding earlier, or to get access to, some other things earlier. Getting access to Freehaven gets me access to Grandmaster, Arms Master, and so we might need to do some questing before I finish an area, right? Stuff like that might need to come into play for the melees. The casters, I'm being very rigid on what I can and cannot do. I'm not letting myself skip anything on the casters, because the casters just don't have any excuse, because they're casters. They have so many tools in their arsenal, and they should be using those to get through things. I wasn't using any of the Death Knight spells. Like the manual cast ones I was not using. I was only using the ones that are like modifiers on your normal base attack. So unfortunately we're at 64%, which is not what I wanted to see. Come on, green. We're not at the green. Okay. These are moving to me. Can I get you to come to me completely? Or are you going to be assholes about it? So these enemies are a big issue. If I can get all three of them to come to me here, then I might have an angle. If I can't get all three of these to get to me, I am in deep shit. Okay, you were there, weren't you? Yes, you were. Okay, so I don't know what I'm going to do about this. I'm going to try to kill this enemy right here. Let's try to get line of sight so that I can get it with single target spells. And that should be easy enough. I'm going to try to burn it down with
Ready to
immolate, or not, implosion. I know words. And I'm going to get you by facing this one. You're really far away from the thing. Let's pop this and try to reset you to be in a position that's... Yeah, this is better for me. Or it would be if you would behave with your toxic clouds. Your toxic clouds are not behaving. Raven. Make your toxic clouds behave. Your toxic clouds are not behaving. Yeah, I never actually made an explicit rule against using the Death Knight spells. I don't believe. I just didn't do them. Basically, like, I never actually was using them, but it wasn't, like, explicitly against the rules. So, one thing that I could do in future runs, which might make things at least a little bit easier, is utilize those spells. I don't think it's going to make a huge difference. But we'll see. Yeah, it would be nice
There isn't any room.
to play around with... Okay, yeah, I don't actually have any...
No room.
I did that. Okay. I'm just gonna beat on these in pure melee for now, and then we'll swap back to Implosion. So we have what time is it? We don't have time to dick around like this. We need to get an angle on you. It's so rude. It's so rude. It's so rude. If I had an MP leech thing, I'd be in a really good position. I really need the ability to drain SP with my attacks. One thing about the caster party that does make it harder from an itemization perspective than the melee party is actually that the caster party is more reliant on getting collections of legendaries that unlock certain mechanics for them. They are more reliant on certain key drops than the melees are, because you can get access to like vampiric stuff without needing to get like a legendary or anything like that. But you need to have legendary effects to get like NP leech and things like that. That's a huge issue. That's an issue. That's a big problem. It's only the one. You sons of bitches, I'm gonna die of exhaustion. I'm gonna die of getting shot by you. Actually, I stand corrected. Okay. So we have a really good angle on this one. We should be able to burn this down fairly quickly. Okay. How much are you hitting? You're still hitting for like a metric fuck ton of that. My hope is that this gets us enough and we unlock the ability to make a getaway attempt. Unfortunately, I think this enemy is in a room that I don't want it to be in. I'm fairly certain that that enemy is in the room that I need to be clear. So I think we're going to die of exhaustion here. We're at 1 a.m. We do not have the ability to clear anybody else. So we're either going to die of exhaustion, or we're going to die of something more violent. Okay. Those are... There's so many still in that entryway, actually. There's a shockingly large number in the entryway still. We haven't... Oh, wait. We haven't gotten the clear message yet, have we? So we actually have to pull you to here. And try to clear you. They both moved over here. Interesting. How much time do we have? Not enough. I think we're just gonna die. But we could get lucky. We'll see. There are two. I'm just gonna hit Rock Blast, I guess.
Ready to
My assumption is that we're going to basically just hold this button down until we die. But we are going to die. I don't think that we make it out of this. We just don't have time. The very clear-cut win condition that we had available to us just did not come to fruition in a timely enough manner. So, at 3 a.m., someone's going to go insane or die, or we're going to get super lucky. The issue with insanity is that I don't have enough mind skill to pick up... Wait, do I? I don't have enough mind skill to pick up mastery. So I can't cure insanity, and I'm not going to be able to get the cure insanity. Wait, you have enough... Wait, you have enough. I was looking at the wrong character. You have enough for Mind Mastery. Where is the Mind Magic Master? If I have access to a Mind Magic Master, then only Insanity is not explicitly a failure of the run. Because I can just run over to them once I get out of this room. We don't have access to that yet. We're not going to have access to that for a long time. Is Avley the... It doesn't matter because we had death. Okay. So, Caster Nonsense, I believe, was the save that we had. And as badly as that went toward the end, that was actually fairly promising for me. So we're going to go here. We're going to stand in this corner. I want to see if I stand in this corner, does anyone actually leak? You leaked. Is that something I can consistently rely on happening? You're going to cause a problem for me, almost certainly. These have all moved now. Let's find out. Update, yes. That thing that I'm supposed to be doing. Good call, good call. Good call. I'm just full of good ideas. I'm a very smarty and do the good smart things. That's me. That's me. Okay, cutting this, going back to 8, pasting this. But yeah, I'm super excited that we're going to be able to learn more about what happens when we go into that room. I think that that's going to be a big deal. Okay, let's see what happens. We're loading up Might and Magic 8. There's apparently secrets that don't impact the run. Extra caster, is that what I had? No, it was caster nonsense. Yeah, if I can pull the... Let's stand here. I don't think this is going to work for me, but we can try it. If I stand here, weirdly, nobody moves very much. Which is pretty interesting. You're going to rotate into me. That's a little suboptimal. If I come down here, I'm definitely dead, because they just go over my head. We have that pack there. Disintegrate. What the f? What the fuck? What madness is this? Okay. What not yawn madness is this? Is this like if you get hit for, 30 times your max HP, you get disintegrated instead of eradicated? Okay, I gotcha. That checks out. That checks out. Oh, hello. You could be nice. You could do nice things. So if I stand here, I wonder if that one will come in after me. We're gonna find out. Alright. Got it. This is gonna be rough because I'm not gonna have like the actual logo to look at to identify when someone dies horribly. I'm gonna have to actually notice that I don't have a party member in this slot that I should have a party member in. So the question here is, can I just use this as a safe location? I'm kind of surprised that that isn't hitting. Why am I not hitting you? Am I hitting you?
Seen one before.
Oh, I am hitting you.
Beats me.
Is there... Was there a change to the combat text? Because the combat text is not showing up correctly. I'm definitely hitting this, but it's not showing me as hitting it. Was there like a toggle for the combat thing, maybe? Oh, the hover text for this started working eventually. Oh, that's interesting. So, when I hover over this, I can see this, but when the combat text should take over, I can't hover over this anymore. Which is kind of interesting. It's like a... pretty bizarre track. I can't afford to dick around this long with this. I need to have a better strat. You're actually lower than I expected you to be, friend. Okay, so let's see. Okay, I'm gonna try jumping around a little bit. We also have a higher roof here. So... we can maybe... can we get this whole group? Because if I can get this whole group here, that'll be a pretty decent start. Because we haven't released this pack. So we now have, like, the bulk of the enemies I'd be concerned about. Where the hell are you shooting to? Do you have line of sight on somebody? Is that my problem? That sure is. How many do I hit if I do this? Nobody. Oh, okay. So we've got inconsistent line of sight? Or is it just that you're so close to the wall and you're hitting the wall? I think it's that you're just... no, I think you're shooting to the left. Let's... oh my god, we didn't get a bunch of errors when we did that. Imagine living that life. Okay, so we need to... get y'all... I wonder if I can actually just shoot a rock blast around this corner. Okay, that'll work. If we can get that angle,
Ready to use.
that's a solid angle right there. That right there, that's a solid angle. Okay then. Now, am I absolutely obliterating myself in the process? Yep, but that's fine. So our goal is to clear up this pack. And what day is it right now? I think it was still pretty early, right? Okay, so we have a little over... we have about 29 hours, I think? The combat text is working again. I don't know why it wasn't working for a while. Oh, Jesus. There's gotta be a boss that's hitting me here, right? Like, I have to be fighting a reflector? I thought I killed the reflector earlier. Because the only one who's taking a lot of damage is you. This should be fine. It's a little insane. A little bit. The enemies in here are only 236 levels above us. Oh wait, no, that's not true. They're only 240 levels above us. I forgot, we haven't actually leveled up all the way. Well, this is us getting hit by ourselves, to be fair. I think we're shooting a reflecting enemy, so it's reflecting a portion of our damage back at us. So once that one dies, we'll stop getting obliterated by our own nukes. In theory. The other thing is that we're gonna have to check here. I'm wondering if we maybe are taking some of that percentage damage, because I feel like I was probably not. I think we're taking about the same amount of damage. Yeah, it's just that we run out of mana. We were keeping up, and then we run out of mana, and then we just getting obliterated. You can't hit anybody with that, but that's okay. That's okie dokie. Who are you? Because you're hitting somebody, but you're missing every attack. It's like, what, 4 misses in a row? Okay. So now he's just spam. Oh, never mind, okay. How funny would it be if I obliterated myself with rock blasts? Yeah, I do almost exclusively just melee runs in this game. People have been demanding that I do a caster run for years. And we're finally doing the caster run. We're finally doing the caster run. And it's going absolutely excellent. And we definitely haven't spent a week trying to clear one dungeon. And the reason for that is not because the casters are weak, it's because they're too strong for their own good. So I just have faith in them. I have faith in their ability to clear this dungeon. And, you know, it turns out whether I clear the dungeon or not is more on me than it is on them, is the problem. The characters can handle this fine. But I don't have the knowledge base built up to understand how to clear out a dungeon this high level with anyone, for that matter. This is an obscenely out of pocket thing to try to do, but I've put my foot down that I'm not allowed to, like, give up on things for the caster run, because the casters have had it too easy for too long. You know? They deserve to suffer like the melees do. Okay. Rude. Okay, let's see if shooting, like, here will get the job done. Oh, nice. That's not hitting anybody. As is good and proper, Kobe. It's important. It's important to torture casters. Okay, we are still hitting. Yeah, this room is great. This is a very great position to fight in. Someone just died of immolate. Okay. Luckily, when they're leaking, they're not leaking in a bad way. I don't know, though. I might not get up to 65% from this pack. I don't think I actually will. So, this will be interesting to see how far we get from just this pack. They're going exactly where I want them to for now. The emphasis on for now. I could have killed myself there. I need to be careful. I couldn't have killed myself there. Mina has, like, so much effective HP in that regard. Mina has to be dropped to, like, negative 4,000. I'm not taking myself to negative 4,000. Okay. But yeah, once we clear out the boss, we can then hopefully clear out this enemy here. And if we clear out that enemy there, I feel like there's a decent chance holding S so that I can heal myself back up. If I can kill this pack, I feel like I can probably save there. Oh no. Are you hitting still? You're still hitting, good. Love it. Everything's fine. No problem. Okay, we're no longer hitting. Problem. Rude. That's possibility, yeah. That's the hope. I think I only have one enemy here. I think it's the boss. So I think what I'm going to try to do is get line of sight on it. We don't have line of sight. Is there more than one? There might be more than one here. Okay, we have line of sight. You can tell because the rock blast is homing in on a target. Okay, we had line of sight. Look. There we go. There we go. This is not hitting, but this one is. Or is it? So we do have a reflecting Ifrit here. Oh, man. I can't see. I can see you through the wall! Okay! Okay, we are golden. Okay. We can see you through the wall. Which is great for us. Look, who asked the bosses to be so tall? Who asked you to have such broad shoulders? You know?
Have you seen one before?
Broad shoulders get the boot. Okay, so unfortunately I can't hit with any of my other projectiles. I can just shoot you with immolations with this. I don't think that this is the optimal way to set this up. I'm concerned that if I try to set up anything more advanced than this, though, that I'm going to die horribly. What time is it? It's 5 a.m. Do we have time to dick around with you? Not really, no. I think we need to...
Beats me.
I think we need to take you seriously. We can't be patient or we die of exhaustion. If we hit 3 a.m. again, we die. So... that's the issue. I feel like I had to do it. We had another enemy waiting in the wings. Oh, fix. Yes, I'll do the fix. We had another enemy waiting in the wings, and it was taking way too long to clear that thing for me to feel comfortable killing that and then definitely killing one more enemy before 3 o'clock. So it was a calculated risk. We'll go with that wording. It's definitely accurate and good. What I probably should have done is moved further in and seen if I could get an angle that doesn't basically get an angle through the wall that would allow me to hit it with real projectiles instead of just needing to be hitting it with melee attacks and implosion. That would have probably been the superior play. But yeah, I think that we've actually almost got this. We now are looking at a position where we have like a decent setup for how we're going to progress through this. Our mana situation is correct. This is correct. Everything's already correct. We don't need to do a bunch of setup in advance. We can go over here. We can just rotate down here. And we can see how many of these we can get to come to us. Wait, we need to stand here. Actually, we don't stand where I was standing. We stand over here. We've got the Reflecting Ifrit already. I'm going to stand closer to the entrance so that we get them to pull. Just going to keep jumping. Just keep jumping. Okay. That was a pretty nice... But it doesn't matter. It's a nice angle, but it doesn't actually do any damage to the enemies because they're too far away. But, you know, it does. Not that. But something very similar to that. We'll get there. There we go. There we go. So we're heading for about 30 grand here. Unfortunately, we didn't grab the entire pack this time. We've got so many that have been left over there. I'm wondering if we have a means to engage in shenanigans. These are directly below me. Oh right, I didn't have you
Ready to
start autocasting. This corner is a possibility. I'm gonna try a different corner quick. Before we invest too much time in any given attempt, I'm actually gonna stand right here. I'm kind of curious if I stand right here. Oh, right, you exist. Yeah, you. I forgot about you. The person hanging out at the bow. Oh, hi. I was wondering if you were going to leak. The answer appears to be yes. Okay. So, do we have another angle that we could go with? Are you all stuck still? Oh, no, that's not acceptable.
I'm hurt badly.
Okay. Okay. How are we gonna get you all to do what I need you to do? Are you gonna set up if I go here? Or are you just gonna stand there like freaking noobs? Alright, let's go over here. This is gonna kill me because that thing is gonna leak to me, I think. That one's gonna leak right now. Immolation hit, but I didn't... What do you mean immolation hit? Oh, immolation. I don't know how it is that I've got the word immolation and implosion confused in my head. They are not similar words. They both start with in, and that's it. Okay. You know, I was gonna say I'll take it, and then you shot me through the floor. I was gonna say I'll take it. And you know what? I won't. Screw you. What if we stand here? We haven't stood in this corner yet. This looks like a corner that's gonna kill me good. Yeah, that corner kills me dead very fast. So we don't want that corner. Let's see. If we stand in this corner, what happens? Nothing except me getting killed by you? Or you? Are you gonna kill me? Somebody's gotta go. There we go. Hey, now the. Oh, jeez. Okay, you're all actually trapped in that corner. I wonder if I could actually. Let's see if I can run past. That'll change my strategy if I can just run past them. That's a no. I'm not going to be able to run through that room consistently, so. Okay. So you are doing your thing. It does look like this room, like this location might be the place to be. If I stand here, I think they're just going to leak at me. Maybe they don't. Okay, that one's leaking for some reason. I don't know why you're leaking. You've never done that before. Maybe I just stood in that corner for longer than I have in the past. So I think what I was doing here is maybe, yes, I aggro them like that, maybe, to get them to start moving. And then once they've started moving, we try to get them to... What are you doing leaking now? Excuse me. You were very consistently not leaking. I'll have you know that this is inappropriate behavior. Okay. We're gonna go stand here. What did we loot? We didn't get anything to do anything. Nobody's moved at all. Nobody's done anything of importance as a result of this. Alright. So you're gonna leak. I assume. You just popped through the floor at me. I see how it is. Just popping on through. Let's see. Did I... Oh, wait! We're cooking? What time is it? It's still Saturday. We actually have a lot of time. If I could get that whole room to come out at me, that would be really useful. I don't want to try that with getting like a decent portion of that room. I want to get that whole room. So we're gonna stand right here. You're gonna just kill me, right? I assume someone's gonna leak through one of the many open doorways. Where are you? Where'd that come from? Oh, they're shooting me through the door. Oh my god. Do you all see where that came from? I'm gonna show where that came from because that is wild. Okay, so I was like, did somebody shoot me through the window? I know it came from my left side. Let's see where it came from. Stand here. Okay, are you not gonna do it now?
I don't know.
It's very rude. Okay, they're not doing it now, but that's just... Did you just pop through the floor? You sure did. Okay. So we definitely want to be on the bottom rather than the top of them. If they're below us, they can pop halfway through the floor, and the killing part of them is above the ground, not below it. I'm gonna go down here. Let's find out what happens if I just go over here. I think that I just die here, right? Yeah. Eventually they will leak if I go into that little corner. I'm so happy that we're able to get some information about how these things move here, because we have gone through all this time and still didn't have like any information on this kind of thing. Okay, we didn't actually have vision on you for a really long time. Okay, you're gonna pop through the floor and then start disintegrating. So that's the issue, is that eventually they will pop through the floor and then they'll start shooting above the floor at me. That's really unfortunate, because otherwise I think we'd have a kill there. Okay, somebody's killing me. Was that through the floor there? Yep, look at that. See this person just shooting me through the bottom of there? So because they have the ability, oh man, being above them is a problem. So we can't allow ourselves to be above these. We do need to get below them. I think I'm going to try to set this up again. I don't know how successfully I'm going to do so. I'm not successfully going to do so. Okay, I think what I need out of those enemies is I need to actually be standing directly on top of them. Because if I'm standing on top of them... No, I can't be standing directly on top of them. That's not going to work. So how the hell did this work last time? So you can see that eventually they will just leak through the floor like that. I wonder if I can move them so that I can get that pack pulled to where I want them to be. Okay, those have not started adjusting over toward me now. So can I just pull this pack? I think this pack is gonna have to be the strat. Is I have to burn through this pack. I don't think I have another angle that's gonna work. Nope, you're... I don't know where you leaked from. Did you leak through... You didn't leak through the floor, did you? What have I told you about leaking through the floor at me and killing me? Let's see. What do I do? I'm not a huge fan of my odds right now. Those aren't moving. We got them moving that first attempt, and now they're not moving. Okay. Now who's killing me? You. Okay, so the guy outside has an angle on me. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, I think to a degree it might boil down to the fact that every time I reload, the behavior changes a bit. So let's take a look. Not between reloads, but the behavior of not having loaded and the behavior of having loaded is different, I think. We're going to try coming in here. We're going to fail to go in there. We should be able to get in there, I think. But that doesn't help me any. I already know that getting in there doesn't help me. Let's stand here. Like, what if I go here, trigger you to come at me, and then stand here instead? I don't know if that would have helped if I had gotten in there faster. Okay, we're just going to rotate to here. I'm going to say hello. I'm going to get a nice little immolate. Get the immolation off. Go over here. Stand here. You all are going to leak through the floor and kill me. See? It's so predictable. So predictable. So that room kind of sucks, actually. So what we need, I guess, is... Oh, I can't jump and shoot you, huh? Alright, we're going to try something a little bit weird. We're going to walk over here. We do a booga booga. And then once we've gone booga booga, we run down here and stand here. And the hope is that going booga booga like that will make them all go, oh no, we need to kill! We need to kill them! Let's go! Let's go! Everybody! Everybody! Everybody kill Arctole! Everybody needs to kill Arctole. Everybody. I'm beginning to think that everybody is not going to come to kill Arctole. But, you know, maybe. We got a pretty decent loadout here. We got all but 2 so far. We got someone leaking from downstairs. Can we get multiple leaking from downstairs? They're gonna leak. All those things over there are gonna leak, I think. Those are all gonna... These are in this spot, which is we've established as a leak point. So, all of these might leak, and if they all leak, we might be able to make this work. Okay, let's try it.
Ready to use.
Okay. I like hitting for 44,000. Okay. I'll take 49. You know? I liked 44, I like 49 even better. Okay, we do have to deal with the reflector here. Did we already kill a reflector here? Is this the second reflector in this dungeon? I think it might be. Wait on a little bit of HP. I think we're going to wait on our mana as well. We're just going to wait to get the bulk of our mana back. We'll get to 2k again. And then we'll just start another round of attacks. Actually, I don't think we need to wait that long, do we? Let's wait until 1800. Okay. Know what spells you're maintaining. You're maintaining some stuff. You're maintaining quite a bit of stuff, actually. Permanent. Are you Goose? You are Goose. We don't need to maintain regen. That's way less efficient. No. Alright, we're gonna wait for our mana to come back. We're gonna see if I get myself up to 51% mana. if I can then blast all of my mana into the target without needing to stop now that I've turned off regen. Regen only heals like a little tiny bit, so it's useful to have up, but if I'm comparing that to directly healing is almost certainly going to be more efficient. Rather than maintaining such an expensive buff. Okay. Okay. So it's still Saturday. We're clearing through this pack. Once we've cleared through this pack, we will have cleared every enemy except this one on the left side, and we'll have also cleared the enemies out of that room. Which is a big deal. Okay. We're just barely getting by on the skin of our teeth here. I think that we're basically... Okay. Now's the time to wait. So we're just going to wait on our mana to get back to about 2,000. At 2,000 mana, it's about the break-even point between running out of HP and running out of SP. So we ran out of HP a little earlier. So we could probably go to maybe 1,900. I think 1,900 is about the break-even point until we get rid of the Reflector. Which the Reflector should probably be the last enemy that gets killed here. But yeah, we've cleared out this room as well. So if I could get... Are you in... I think this might be in the tunnel. If it's in the tunnel, then it shouldn't be able to come out. Oh, whoops. This is going to be way less efficient. We're going to be a little bit more efficient with our mana off the bat by allowing my mana to, or my HP to go down a bit before we start blasting. Oh, we're hitting the Reflector with 2 targets now. I think we have to stop casting with you. Dealing damage is great, but it's not great to deal damage to. We're going to wait until we're very low on HP, just chaining this. Chaining the rocks together. Another one bites the dust. And we're out of mana. I will be right back, actually, because I need to blow my nose. Okay. Okay. And we had a little bit more time. We're fine. Okay, we're gonna start just blasting here. I'm actually curious. We might just be able to hold us now. Ooh, boy. Not if we hit 3 o'clock, we can't. Unfortunately, this means we're going to blow through our mana much faster on our healer, because we're healing everybody instead of just healing the appropriate target. Unfortunately, we also have... Ooh, we're not hitting with every hit. I wasn't paying enough attention. We lost an unknown amount of time to targets going down. Okay, hopefully this is consistent. That's 3 in a row. That's 4 in a row. 5 in a row. That's 6 in a row. We didn't kill the target that we were hitting. Okay, we're fully golden. Okay, now we're just waiting. Okay, we have about 24 hours to finish clearing this pack, and then finish enough to get us to 65%, which I don't know how much more we need to kill for that, actually. We might not need very much more after this. This is probably a pretty good portion of what we need. But maybe not? I just feel like it should be, right? Because we're clearing this whole pack. So I feel like we got to 65% at one point. Hopefully this pack at least gets us to 60. We are still taking damage from the reflector. Okay, so we just wait on mana again. Poke with you. I don't know who we're going to hit if we attack with you. This is probably fine. Get a little bit of chip damage in. I probably shouldn't bother doing that unless I am... unless I'm going to swap my legendary over, though. I don't know how much HP that thing has left, but probably enough to make Toxic Clouding it a bad idea. Unless I have the percent damage coming out. Okay. So we're at 55%. I think this pack should get us to 60 without any trouble. But I don't know that it'll get us to 65. I do not know that it will. I don't know that it will. But yeah, we should be able to go substantially faster once... I'm going to take some pot shots on you.
Okay.
We're still hitting for 3k. So this reflecting Ifrit is not particularly low. The reflector is still very healthy. We can worry about that when the time comes. For now, we're probably only hitting like a few enemies, I would think. I could be wrong. Because the others are probably way lower than the other ones, so they're not going to get hit for nearly as hard. The genie was getting hit for, what, 500? Okay, we're healing up. It's very funny that I have an angel and I do not. I have them promoted and I still haven't given them the heal spell. This is the caster run. What am I doing not having my spells? The answer is playing badly. Playing badly. Okay, we are going to use our mana more efficiently. On the plus side, we are hitting the target that we're actually shooting with the rocks is the target with the most HP. So that does mean that we are not going to be like running out of like target, because the concern is that we lose the target we're actually hitting with the projectile. And as a result of losing the target that we're hitting with the projectile, we have to reorganize our entire attack pattern, right? For right now, that doesn't seem like it's going to be an issue. Right now, we seem fully capable of getting the job done. Okay, we're going to wait again. And I think you are going to turn off.
No room.
You're going to go to you. And you're going to turn on Toxic Cloud.
No.
Okay, we're hitting for an amount of damage that's indicative that it's getting fairly low. It's getting fairly low. So we're going to wait. Let's turn you off. We are going to find your gear. Where is your gear? There it is. And we will Rock Blast.
Ready.
I'm gonna wait until I get into the red again, and so we have the maximal amount of time to regen our mana, and then we're going to spam healing until we get very high. This is how I should have been doing it this whole time. Okay. Taking out another one. Okay. So now we're going all the way until we get into the red again. We're hitting for 640 on the Reflecting Ifrit, and that's the only target we're hitting right now, which means we need to swap. I don't know how much damage you're going to hit for. The answer is you had no HP left at all, so we're golden.
No, I have too much.
Okay, what time is it? It is 11:35 on Sunday. We have one target floating around us that we are unhappy with. Somebody's trying to shoot me right now. I think we rotate into here. Somebody's rotating out. I hate that for me. I want you all to stay where you are. What I want... 12 p.m. on Sunday. So we have about 15 hours left. You know, I said I wanted you to stay where you are. I didn't mean where you are right now, though. I meant, like, where you were before when you were in a convenient location for me. You know? Okay, you are now approaching me. Not a huge fan of that. I think... Whoa! Oh, okay, I'm gonna die. Maybe not. Maybe we live. We might live. Okay, that thing is probably gonna... Yep. Okay, let's check what happens here. Okay, that is... rough. Okay, that really didn't help me as much as I would have liked. Like, that was a surprising lack of clearance. Okay, we are still alive. We only got to 58% with that pull. So we need to do better than that if we're going to be able to actually make this happen. For some reason, we basically didn't pull anybody from the front room. The front room was completely stationary that whole time, basically. I don't know how this is going to go for me. There's 5 out there still. I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna rotate here, and I'm gonna die. Okay. I wanted to do a quick check if I could get away with that. The answer is no. So, we need to deal with you first and foremost. These have all started moving around for some reason. It would be nice to be able to pull everything to this spot, but it just doesn't seem like it's going to work out that way for me, you know? You know what could work out for me, though? Let's try something a little finagly. Let's see if we can unlock both sides at the same time. We're going to try to go here to unlock this pack, and then we're going to go over here to unlock this pack, and then the goal is just to get downstairs before we die, and see how many enemies we can pull this way. Because we've now got all of the packs moving. This might be the way to get ourselves above 65 in this next pull. And getting above 65 in the next pull would be very, very convenient. I would love to accomplish that as an objective, if possible. We've pulled almost the entire left side. We have one that has not been pulled. We have a couple that are pulling from over there. So we're pulling a couple from the entrance. We've got the entire left side. Okay. Okay, so let's see if we can get an angle here. Okay, that's a 47k rock blast. That only hit it for 7,000. We're hitting something in a bad spot there. That's only 13k. That was 49k. That was 53k. 52k. Alright. So, we need to set you
Ready to use.
to heal. And we need you to probably stop casting. We don't need you doing anything right now. Okay, we didn't have regen turned off. Can I cast regen on you? No. Okay, get you topped up as much as possible. Not going to be able to do it with this mana bar. Okay, we're hitting for a decent amount. Gonna just heal back to full. Once you're healed back to full, we can regen mana on both characters. And I didn't need to get all the way to full. That was slightly wasteful, but it's better to be a little bit wasteful by casting one extra heal than it is to have to top up later and waste time that I should be regenerating. How are you doing? Okay, you're there. Yeah, unfortunately, the reflector adds a bit of a complication to things. But we're getting a lot of enemies right now. So the hope here is if we can clear out this pack, we'll get up to 65%. And if we can get it to 65%, the issue that we have right now, honestly, is that we don't have a clear pathway to winning from here. Okay, I think we're done. We're done. So we're waiting on mana. So that worked fairly well, I think. We're going to do 2 taps, and then we should be able to just regen back up to full. And while we're attacking, we don't need to start healing for a while, so we can just leave Goose regenerating for a longer period of time to get back up to full. I think that this should work fine. So, it is 11 p.m. on Saturday. It's going to be basically Sunday when we finish this pack. The issue is, and this is the issue that we keep running into, is that we get really close to finishing off the enemies in a given area, and it just isn't enough to get close to finishing off the enemies in a given area. We need to actually finish them. Right? There's a few enemies up here is a problem. It prevents us from saving, it prevents us from using invis, and it prevents us from getting to certain angles that we'd love to get to. I've been holding down the S button instead of doing this in a controlled fashion, and it's coming back to bite me in the ass. We're not going to get through this mana bar efficiently, we're going to get through it inefficiently, and like I said. Okay, we're not going to hit anymore, we're going to just hold off for now. Unfortunately, so this is the situation that we don't want to be in. Because I was inefficient there, we're now going to be capping Mina's mana early relative to Goose. So we need to be more efficient with our usage here. So our goal is to get, I think now is the time to finish the top up. And then you are at 2,000, and now we attack with you. We don't heal you until you get into the red. Once you've been healed, we keep healing you until you are almost topped up. Oops. I did an extra heal there after a delay. It was kind of like worst case scenario. Okay, killed something. This should go fine. Yeah, this is going to be almost certainly the hardest part of the run, is figuring out the solution to this dungeon. Once we figured out the solution to this dungeon, everything else from here is going to be, I think, a lot more clean. We are no longer hitting the boss, and that means that we can Toxic Cloud. I don't know if we killed the boss already or what. But this means that you can turn this off for now, because we want to be at full mana if the boss is still alive and just in a weird position. Fortunately, we are getting the weakness proc now. I wish I had a nice position to pull everything to. This is a pretty decent spot. It just doesn't clear the entryway as much as I'd like it to. Or I guess more to the point, it kind of like is a bit random whether we're going to pull a huge amount of the entrance and not that much of this stuff out here. I guess it's not so much random as it is a matter of how I'm prioritizing my pulls. I don't know the answer to how to get the entrance pulled consistently. Sometimes I have an easier time than others in getting a lot of enemies from the entrance. And I'm not really sure what the difference is between the really good attempts and the mediocre or bad attempts. We're back on the boss. I had a suspicion that we were just not hitting the boss, and I was correct. So we do still have the boss in play. We're at 56% with a lot of enemies left in this pack. Okay, we're gonna run out of mana in time. Okay, so now we just heal back up. Okay, and can you... You're not hitting anybody. Yeah, you don't have an angle. Oh, you hit somebody. So I guess I could just keep taking pot shots. These are all fairly low at this point, probably. Certainly anything that I'm able to actually shoot is probably low. So keep plowing those out, and then we will hold off until we're ready to start going ham with you again. We're going to wait until I think 2100, which is around... let's go. We are still hitting the boss. We're going to heal all the way back up because I accidentally healed. No reason to throw out one heal anytime we accidentally heal, we're healing all the way back to full. Or fullish. Commit to the bit. It's actually strategically quite important to commit when you're dealing with mana issues like this. If you do an accidental shot, it is far superior. Are we hitting the boss? We are. Unfortunately, we're not consistently hitting right now. There's a lot of shots that are missing now, I think. So we need to shoot at a weird angle to hit that one. We hit that one consistently. We're hitting these. We're not hitting them consistently, though. Can we hit you consistently? A swapper? Okay, we've got 2 bosses in this pack. It does seem like we're consistently hitting the one in the center now. And the one in the center is well positioned for us to do this with. Okay. We're going to hold off. We're just going to wait for our mana. Whew. It's pretty cool that we got a swapper in play. So if we can kill both of these bosses, that'll be pretty useful to us for later. But yeah, unfortunately, it's almost 8 a.m. We're taking a while to clear through this pack. Hopefully, we can clear through the entire pack without losing too much time. We lost a little bit of time to running out of hit points. And we weren't hitting the swapper the entire time. So we're behind schedule on the swapper. My hope is that we run the reflector out of HP soon to make the fight a lot simpler. Like, mechanically, we don't have to worry about as much. We are unfortunately running out of HP here. Who died? Not the one we need to die, unfortunately. So, we're just going to sit on this, I think. We're going to wait for our mana to come back on both of these characters. Get you with... So the Reflecting Ifrit is taking a lot of damage from Immolation. It's not that close to dead yet. It's still pretty healthy. Which is unfortunate. That's not what we like to see. We want the Reflector to be taking a lot less damage than that from our percent-based attacks, you know? Yeah, on the plus side, we are hitting both of the bosses at the same time. I'm hopeful, but not expecting, that we have most of the enemies taking damage here. Shit. I was wasting one on the healer. Okay, somebody else died. Okay. We burned through half of the HP that the reflector had there. You can tell because it's taking half as much damage. Actually, that's not entirely true. It's a bigger difference than that, but not by much. It's an Ifrit, so it's taking like a tiny bit of damage from the immolation. So the Ifrit needs to get down to taking about 70 damage from immolation in order for it to fall over dead. So that's about the point that we need to get it to. So on the plus side, the rock blasts are actually going to be hitting fairly hard. It's 11 a.m. on Sunday. I thought that was p.m. for a second, and I was like, how on earth did we take this long on one pack? Wait, are you aggro? Did I somehow aggro the enemies in the little cubbyhole? We're slowly but surely running out of enemies. Oh no, we killed the swapper? Oh no, we killed the swapper before we killed the other one. Ooh. Unfortunate.
Ow.
Okay. I think we've got this. So the reflecting Ifrit is taking some amount of damage. We're over 60% from just this pull. This pull should get us to maybe 63. Shit. Unfortunately, it's not as consistent as I want it to be. You know, we're just... Okay, is this better? Okay. The reflector is low. Yeah, my goal right now is to pull these. Unfortunately, these are... I don't know how I pulled the enemies downstairs. That's concerning to me. Okay, that was a pretty solid hit, actually. So that might be a good portion of how we're going to clear the rest of this. Can I... No, Death Blossom doesn't work for some reason. Do I have another point-blank AoE?
Ready to use.
It's not gonna work.
Go.
Let's see. Don't think I have anything for this task.
Ready to use.
So that hit for 400. So the reflecting Ifrit is very low. We are hitting 2 targets with this. And both targets are fairly low. We might be hitting more than that too. We might be hitting like a few. The reflecting Ifrit is low. You know, I think we're gonna try this. Because the Ifrit is not the highest HP target right now. The highest HP target is a Jin, I believe. Actually, they might be about the same, but I'm just gonna do this for now. This is fast and easy. We killed somebody. We're only hitting 1 target now. We just had the Ifrit. So, you're not visible, right? It's pretty funny that we actually hit it around the corner like that. What time is it? It's 2:40. We have about 12 hours left. Okay, those are attacking from the side.
Go.
Can I tag you?
Okay.
Who died? Did the Ifrit just fall over dead from the immolation? I think it. Oh my god, there's so many over here. Can I get more of you to leak? Because I need to get to 65. That doesn't help me. Getting to 65 is not the answer here. Not on its own. I bet. No. Whoops. I hit the button.
Ready to go.
Alright, we're gonna clear through this one on its own. And how much time do we have? We have like 12 hours, I think, right? I don't think clearing these side passages is going to be the answer. We don't have the time to do it. We're actually really low on time. This has been a very slow route. I think that, if we're being honest, I've been overusing Rock Blast. I think it's just way slower at the start of the fights. It's definitely faster to finish the fights with Rock Blast, except for the fact that the enemies are going to be I'm basically going to be missing them, is the issue. I think I'm going to try getting into the room over here. I'm going to go to the downstairs room and see if maybe I can stand in front of that doorway and just pull everything into the doorway without it killing us. If we can do that, then I think we might still be able to win this in time. If it doesn't work, we're probably boned. I mean, we're definitely boned if it doesn't work, because we're going to get killed trying to do that if it doesn't work. So yeah, I do think I might have made the correct decision at the start, opening up this pathway before we move on. I think that pathway allows enemies to leak to here, and since we're not going to be clearing this out, like, fully, it just gives an additional means by which the enemies can leak toward me, and I think that I need to have that set up. Oh, I didn't realize that. Whoa, Jesus! hi. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, there's another one. Hello. Okay. So if I stand right here, do you kill me? Yes. No? Wait. Wait, what? Okay. That is a spot where we are almost impervious to damage? Like, I was taking shots from an enemy that was inches away from me, and it was not hurting me. So we are going to pop to this spot. And something's hitting me. Interesting. We're gonna tinker with that, because that is potentially going to be a game changer. We're gonna stand right here. This spot is a slightly different location. I think the fireballs are what's gonna kill us. I could be wrong, but I think that the fireballs will be coming at me and they will be hitting me, but the normal projectiles will not be. I wonder if I can stand in a slightly, like if I have a I don't know why that's happening. That's interesting that it's happening there. I wonder if I can go to this. On this side, it doesn't happen. I don't think. We did get hit by a fireball, though, so let's... Okay, we die instantaneously. Yeah, I think the fireballs are going to hit us when we're there, which means that that's not going to be a useful position for us, just because of the fireballs. With that being the case, what we're looking for right now... What we're looking for right now is a position where the enemies will... It doesn't even need to be consistent, honestly. But if we can get a position where the enemies leak to a place that I'm safe, I don't think that that place is going to be it. That is going to do that for me, though, because in this room... we run into the issue that they are going to go through the floor to get to me. Right? That's the problem at its core, is getting hit through the floor. So if we move to here, these enemies are not moving anymore. Can I shoot you or somebody else through the floor here? Ready for 13k with immolation. Can I move to here and have you follow me? I might be able...
Ready to use.
Okay. So that's a no. Stop rotating around, come on. We're basically looking to wiggle these further and further toward this location, and then either hit them with a rock blast, or a thinger. Felt like something that could work. Oh, do we have line of sight now? I think we have line of sight now. Okay. If we have line of sight on them, can we use Inferno? No. We have line of sight at this angle. 5,000. Interesting. So what we need to do, I think that this is the bedrock of a strategy, actually. If we can ignore the back area completely for now, and we can just like rotate these with us to the staircase. We might be able to kill these at the staircase. And simultaneously have like an angle where we can pull the
Ready.
Fireball just hit for 5,000. It looks like it's only hitting it's only hitting 2 targets. There's 4 targets here. That was definitely more than 2. This is presumably 3 targets. Okay. The real question here is if I kill these enemies, can I then rotate downstairs in such a way that I can just clear the enemies downstairs I don't know what the answer to that question is. It might be a yes. If I turn like this, I hit fuel. What we're basically looking for with this setup is to clear this entire entryway. Oh. Okay, they're shooting me through the floor again. So that's an issue. Them shooting me through the floor is going to cause problems for me. Do I have... I'm going to need an angle where I'm not exposed to that floor. I also want a different angle anyway, because I would love to find an angle where I can pull these to a position that I can shoot them. You're gonna kill me. But it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Everything's fine. Stand right here. Okay. That is a bad place. That's not a place that is safe from anything. Unfortunately, we're just looking for information at this point. We can't finish today. We don't have time to finish today, unfortunately. If I go over here, I start moving those. That one blinked back to its start location, I think. However, some of them from outside came in the door, I think. When I was here? Question mark? That one's above me. Need to make sure I'm not getting it twisted. Okay, unfortunately I got too far away and released these. I think that the angle might actually be to hit that overhang while they are... It does, so it looks like there's an inconsistent setup by just hanging out in that corner. That's a setup that's inconsistent but possible. But yeah, I think I actually might end a little bit early today. We're potentially cooking with this. Right, like this works fairly well. And this might get us what we're looking for in terms of clearing to the entrance. But I'm not sure. But yeah, I actually am going to end a little early today because I need to go to the bathroom, and if I don't go to the bathroom, if I go to the bathroom now, then it's gonna waste time for later. So I think that's what I'm gonna do, because we're not gonna be able to finish a run like this. But this is probably about what we're looking for, something along these lines. I'm gonna see if there's something I can do with one of the other saves as well. The issue is that I don't think I have any other saves where that room is clear, but that room might be the key. Like figuring out how to utilize that room to clear out the next room, and then from the next room we clear out the end thing, but I'm not sure. At any rate, that's going to be it for today. Thank you for watching. Do apologize for ending a little bit early today, but we did start 2 hours early as well. And I hope to see you again next time when we're definitely going to get out of here for realsies. No kidding.